something will happen because you're going to meet somebody. That makes sense.
Yes, that does make sense.
Yeah, like even if you, I don't know, you know, a lot of people in my neighborhood. Go ahead.
I have always had that feeling that there's someone out there that I'm supposed to meet, and it's supposed to be like-minded.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, yeah, that's okay. And so I think, like, maybe something to take into, to think about is, you know, how could you set yourself up in order to, you know, be able to leave for more than, you know, a half an hour or more than an hour? Like, is there anything that you could do with the dogs or put them outside or, you know, I mean, I don't know what, you know, whatever works for you, of course, because you know best, but something so that you can get out. Because like you even just confirmed that you've had that feeling and it's really coming up for me. Like, I mean, it's like, I think the more you're resisting it, the more it's like coming through for me that's what you really need that. And, you know, and it may not be the first time you get out there. Like it's at some point, like you said, something is coming to help you, take you to the next place, next step, next whatever. And it's going to be about getting out. So you're going to want to somehow, you know, take some time to think about how you can like set up the dogs so you can get out for a few hours every once in a while, hang out with some friends or whatever, and not worry about the dogs. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Or have a babysitter, some fun-loving millennial over or something, and have her babysit, you know, while
this is A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today? Naturally to me, I never decide for any of those messages. The only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the messages.
What was your reading like with Persian medium? Oh my God, I love her. So I actually had a moment with her when she was walking in. She came by our table for water, and it was just like, oh, that's how I felt. Are you gonna like come back for more? Oh yeah.
You don't even leave it.
It was all kind of things I kind of knew. I felt intuitively guided. It's nice to feel her tap into those deeper places and I guess reveal hidden places that I sense and feel, but have her kind of present them.
She said, I'm going to meet up a man who's going to come right through me. It's been quite a while, and if that happens, I'm going to be in huge debt to her.
This was a great meeting today because it lifts my spirits. Spirits have been depressed for a while because of adverse happenings going on. I'm very pleased about that.
I went to her workshop yesterday, and it was awesome. Yes, and I got her book, so I'm excited about that.
Well, this is the only reading I've done, and it's the only reading I would do, and it's because I just know that.
She told me things that I already knew, and then she also told me things that I was surprised of. Like, she could read me, like things I was in denial of. She was actually reading what I was in denial of. So it was wonderful. It really was.
I didn't say a word. She just knew exactly how I felt about it.
You know, she's absolutely right. So it's kind of like you have the answers inside somewhere, and she kind of validated what I was thinking.
If you're a person that's trying to, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit.
Back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome
nice
to the show.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. What's going on? Let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose. Yeah. And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm. And when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide.
Yeah.
And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and any happiness to them.
Yeah.
Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, why now?
I've always been around media. But this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known, and those cases been kind of huge cases, and Forbes got attention, that was a blessing.
Yeah.
And that was a feeling actually that I had. And then they reached out, they wanted to feature me, and then after that everything. And I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July.
Wow.
So I had a interview with iHeartRadio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes, and it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people? Or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people wants to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do, actually help them
So
out.
when does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life, when do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help give me closure to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years, and also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, you know, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they're not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me, and I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it down. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have. We are based on energies. We pick up energies. We're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do. And if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. And they know me. People who actually worked with me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that have been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they would say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really
Attitude,
good places
yes.
right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose. Just be there for people and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I breathe, I would love to help as many as I can. So people who want to talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too, so I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did all my life. Like at the age of 7.5, when I found about my abilities.
Yeah.
From that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities. If you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this has taken you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wants it you to be. Bring your unique personality, tap into your talent and energies, and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life, I need her to help my organization, like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
Sure. I do have a platform named Avid Advice, A-V-I-D, Advice, avidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my avidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium, basically. Just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also avidawakening.com is my place in Corona Del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face to face, I would say go to fiona@avidawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Fia, thank you so much for being a guest here.
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
We're so excited to have you. So
Awesome.
Tell me, Fiona, when did you realize you had this gift?
I was at the age of 7. It was a hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we had fun. We played. And 3 hours later, when they want to go home, I said, please don't, because I see visions, I see colors, and I see that you guys definitely going to have a car crash. Well, of course, at that time, nobody listened to me because they didn't know exactly what I have. But 3 hours later, our phone rang and they had a car crash. And from that moment, it took 4 years for me to realize why I see things before they happened, why I feel things before people talk about to me, and then why did people communicating through me when they want justice or something about their life.
So Fiona, tell me, how did you get involved with law enforcement?
I was at the age of 17. It was back in Europe. So basically, they engaged me in a couple cold cases, and I could help them to find murder or border cases, and also I helped them to achieve and put all the puzzles together through the colors, visions, names, and of course, spirit talking to me by themselves. Like example, 2 years ago, Coast Guard communicated and said, we have a missing pilot. And I said, I know exactly where they are, but they said, we are in Catalina coast and we are looking after where we are not, finding them. I said, well, we are guys in the wrong place. The moment that they said they are missing, I said, they both dead. He immediately connected and says, how did you know it was two? Because it was one student pilot and the other one the instructor. And then he said the student pilot mentioned exactly where he is, and that's why they are dead, because I am just communicating with dead people when it comes to my mediumship. So 40 minutes later, they sent me a helicopter, and then right after we found the stress signals that belonged to that helicopter or that plane.
That's incredible. Fiona, can you walk me through the process when you're presented with a case at first?
When I actually starting to look into the cold cases and murder cases, again, it was the spirit that directly communicated through me. So, and when I started, I was 17. Law enforcement communicated to me and said, like, are you ready to get engaged with that case? And when I felt I'm ready, I said, yes, I am. And all of a sudden, all the names, images, visions, and things come through.
Incredible.
And then through that, I understood that when I'm asking, or there's someone asking about some name, and I don't even know about, I should not know anything about their name, I should not know anything about their genders. All I know is the communication that I have together with that law enforcement or, you know, police or officers just tell me, we have a missing persons. We have some baby boy was like 4 years old that been missing for kind of 5 hours. I'm directly connected to the energies, and I pick up the energies through that officers that communicating through phone. So I shouldn't be in a place or be around that families or touching that families or communicating with that families.
Fiona, let's talk about a specific case about R&B singer Jamal Truelove, who spent more than 6 years in prison for a 2007 murder. He was eventually acquitted in 2015 when a jury found that the two officers had fabricated evidence. Tell us about your involvement in that case.
Well, the way that I involved in this case, it was that we got through a couple actually friends, and when they reached out to me, I said, I reacted immediately that this guy is innocent and he shouldn't really be in jail. And they said at that time that they can't do anything about it because, you know, already all the evidence is against. And I said, well, he will come out, but not now. There is a timing that I can see and I'm predicting, and this time is all about like in between 5 to 7 years. And they couldn't really believe at that moment because they felt, oh my God, it's kind of very, you know, saddest because we should really get him out. And if you said that it's going to be 5 to 7 years, that actually really make us to feel very uncomfortable and disappointed. And I said, it's the time. And through that time, I communicated with Jamal in jail and trying to let him to understand about from the jail and make impossible be impossible and show it to everybody. And that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely fascinating. Fiona Johansson, psychic investigator. Fiona, thanks so much for being on the show.
You're watching Focus on South Florida.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist. She's also claims to have psychic abilities that have saved lives, and she's perhaps best known for working with people to help find missing people when more conventional means come up short. I recently sat down with her to talk about how this all began and the advice she has for all of us. Okay, so what exactly do you do when you work with law enforcement and you work with the families of missing victims or unsolved crimes? What kind of work do you do with them?
Helping them to find some relief, some closure for family members, and also law enforcement to put all the puzzles together to find the real answer for the families.
How did this all come about? I mean, how did you discover this was actually something you were going to pursue, or that you had some sort of intuition to help people with this kind of work?
I was 7.5 when I found about my abilities. Then I started kind of like to feel something is not correct with me or right with me, because I can feel, sense, and connect with people before even I meet them, before even being in the place that they are, and I can even predict things 2 weeks before things happened. So basically, to me as a child, it was not really the cool experience, but then after that, after the age of 17, 18, and 19, I thought that's the fantastic things, because now I can feel and sense anything and everything in my way and my family's way to help. I moved from my country to Stockholm, Sweden when I was a teenager, when I was around the age of 16. So basically it was hard. It was not really easy for me, but what I learned, I do have ability.
I am here for some very important purpose. I have to help others.
So, how did this connection with law enforcement first happen? And aren't law enforcement officers initially skeptical about what kind of science is this? How are we going to solve a crime using
Actually,
someone?
they don't.
No?
CIA use psychics. FBI use psychics. They do not really. That's what we think they are. So basically, when Jack chose me, I was shocked. I was like, wow, it's so fantastic, and I would love to be part of it. I already have a book. I already wrote a book before Jack asked me. It was back 2016, and the name was Recoding Your Brain for the Better Life.
You're also a hypnotist, and
Yes.
you have degrees in psychology. I want to point that out, too.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes. But what was a very strong, powerful vision that come to me at that moment when Jack asked me about it, I feel like I knew it, that I will do something with Jack. And I could see 2 months before that I'm sitting in the same room that the last time me and Jack had a conversation with, and he asked, I would love to co-authoring together with you. I can't forget about that moment. I do remember I had tears in my eyes. I was like, absolutely, I will do my best.
So we have to wrap up quickly, but what are a few tips that anyone can take with them in terms of keeping that negativity that might be around them outside of their
Believe in yourself. Be positive. Never live in your past. Past is past. Never live in the future, because future is future. Be in a moment. By being in the moment, you're always happy and connected to yourself. Negative thoughts, negative energies is all taught. The way that we are thinking, feeling, and connecting. You can easily remove and reduce them by just change your thought. You can easily hijack your subconscious. Be yourself, hijack your subconscious, be in a moment, let go of your past, and forget about the future.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Johansson, who also goes by the Persian Medium, also works on books, as you heard, guided meditations, and art.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Aussie Goddess. Live from theaussiegoddess.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Aussie Goddess
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Aussie Goddess Show. I just want to say a quick shout out this morning because we've been undergoing some really severe bushfire stuff here in Australia. Where I live, we've been inundated with, we've had quite a few fires close, but it's been very smoky, and I know that there's a lot of people who've had to be evacuated and a lot of animals at the moment that need some help from us. I understand that probably it's happening in the States as well. It's been a very dry, hot year this year. So I just want to send my love out to those people who've had to leave their homes or, leave their pets or whatever they've had to do. It's very difficult. And I know that the other day the smoke was so bad where we live, and we're some 30 kilometres away from the fires. So please, my heart goes out to all of you. I hope that, you stay safe, and we see some rain soon. It's been a long time since we got good rain. So anyway, on to the show. So first off, I want to say thank you to all the people coming over from my YouTube channel to support me. And it's been lovely to have all your comments. I have a couple of people on some of the other social medias that say it's lovely to see me. And I think I'm not so comfortable about seeing myself, but that's okay. That's why you just don't see me much on YouTube. It's only my hands doing the readings. So I'm going to do a quick reading, and then we'll take a couple of callers this morning. So, okay. So let's see what's happening today. Let's have a little look. There's a lot of planetary movement at the moment. If you're a Capricorn, you're going to probably feel it most. I think that most of the planets are in Capricorn around our birthday. I think I've got a couple of planets returning on my birthday, so lots of changes. Okay, let's see what's happening. So today we have the Hanged Man coming out. So the Hanged Man talks about some sort of situation that you need to look at from a different perspective. The Hanged Man's sort of like the universe putting us in a bit of a holding pattern so that we can look around us and really understand, what's happening for us at the moment. I'm not sure whether to put that in front of my face or next to my face. So, but the Hanged Man's a really good card because this is giving us the opportunity to take a different perspective on something, which is so important sometimes. Okay, behind that I have the Star coming out. So this is really beautiful. This is something with the Hanged Man and the Star that talks to me about, understanding that you have a destiny, understanding that there are things on your pathway, but maybe at the moment you're going through some sort of healing process to move forward. This can be around, perhaps some sort of grief and loss that you've been through, can be some sort of situation where you need to take time out to really understand that things are on your path to help you grow, help you move in a different direction, but also to help you to open yourself up. Okay, so this is what we're doing today. I do have the Queen of Swords coming out behind that. So the Queen of Swords can represent that you're dealing with an air sign, a Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. But this is often about our energy. This is, our strengths here, being able to see things clearly, move ahead with clarity, and certainly cut things out if they're not bringing us in what we need here, and not being afraid to say, I don't need that in my life anymore, being able to move forward, especially if you're trying to understand here with these other cards what direction you're going in and how you want to live your life. I do have the Four of Swords coming out next. So of course, the Four of Swords is about taking time out, meditation, and really sort of recuperating, giving yourself the time to really really get deep inside yourself to understand what you want. This is your time at the moment. This is your time to really decide what you want in your life, what you don't want in your life. You're coming to some sort of crossroads here, coming to some sort of decision on how you move forward. I do have the beautiful card of Temperance coming out next. So this is about bringing balance back in. So maybe your life has been a bit unpredictable, a bit unstable at the moment, and that sort of means that you're trying to sort of bring something into you that you feel more comfortable, more stable with. So definitely changes happening around you. We do have the Tower card coming out here as well. So there's a bit of an upheaval. Now, I know a lot of people look at the Tower and they get a bit freaked out by it, but this is a chance for us to rebuild our foundations. This is a chance for us to, rebuild what we want in our lives. So very much today about being self-focused, understanding what you want to bring in, whether that's love, a job, but trying to work with the universe, trying to create with the universe something that's going to bring you a lot more balance and joy. I feel like this year's been a very tough year for many people. I've had many people say that they'd be glad to see the back of this year. It's been a big year of loss for people, a lot of transitioning, and a lot more sort of spiritual understanding. So people are becoming a lot more aware of the power they have to co-create with the universe. So today is a day of self-reflection, going inside, having an understanding, being prepared to cut things out and move forward in a way you want to. Okay, so we have Dorothy in Pikeville, Kentucky, USA, ready to talk with us. So are you there, Dorothy?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Excellent. Okay, so what do you have a question for me, or can I help you with something today?
I guess I just need some spiritual guidance. It's what I'm seeking. I don't know how to ask necessarily what I'm asking.
Okay, so what would you like some help with? You tell me what's been going on for you.
Relationship's been tough lately for a while due to some family issues. Once the family I was part of, now I'm not allowed around due to some circumstances. And made things really tough and strenuous between the two of us because it's caused a lot of anger between the two of us. And then I've had to lay back off school for a little while due to some health issues, and plus this as well. It caused some moving, it caused a change of everything. Everything changed.
Yeah, and this is a time for change. It seems that the universe is trying to shuffle us all back to our destined paths at the moment. So a lot of people experiencing quite a lot of change in their lives at the moment, which is emotionally very difficult to cope with. I do see things changing for you, probably coming up in February. There seems to be a bit of a time in between. So I'd say the universe is giving you a bit of time to sort of you're in a bit of a sort of a quiet space at the moment. Let's call it that. Because you're trying to, it's like you're trying to process. So you may be very much a processor, but it feels to me like you're trying to go through things to understand. Sometimes the energy is better if we just let it go and we just go with the flow rather than trying to fight it. But it's natural instinct to fight against things, which is very, very difficult, and that would make you very emotionally tired. So I would say, you need to sort of tackle one thing at a time at the moment. You're beautiful. I can see you trying to do too many things at once. So trying to perhaps sort out what is the most draining or straining for you and just work with that energy first. Otherwise you become very scattered, and that can bring you down a little bit and make you feel a bit sad.
I feel like I'm already sad.
You're sad, yeah, I can feel that energy. So maybe just picking out one of those things and just focus on one rather than trying to tackle too many. And I know that's your nature to do that, but you're spreading yourself too thinly and it's going to wear you out.
Yeah, it's an exhaustion. I'm not able to sleep off.
Yeah, and I can hear it in your voice, but I can feel it in your energy. Maybe concentrating on your sleep at the moment, trying to make sure you're getting enough sleep and rest, because your mind is just going 1,000 miles an hour. So, So you need to be kind to yourself. Remember, this is your life. This is what you're here for. And this is about looking after yourself first. Now, I always talk about being on the aeroplane when they say your mask drops, you put your own mask on first before you can help others. So try not to put others before your own. I feel that you've got a couple of people around you that expect a lot from you, and I think it's a time for you to learn to say no to that, and try to look after you, because if you're not around, they wouldn't have anybody anyway. So this is a time to really focus in on yourself. Self-care is really, really important where you are at the moment. A nice hot bath, go for a massage. What was that, sorry?
I wanted to get back to my career. I was in beauty school, and I only have 4 months left. That's not much.
Yeah.
It's time that I've already consumed.
Yeah, and I do feel things getting sort of somewhat back to normal by around February. So you've just got to sort of plot out the next couple of months. So it's not even that. It's probably, maybe several weeks to get back into some sort of more stability for you, because it's very erratic at the moment. But I see things turning around for you in February, and I think it will be a slow turnaround, but I do see you getting results around about February next year. And then things will start to move back along again, because you're very sort of stuck at the moment, and that's why it feels like change is, quite overwhelming for you. But yeah, by February, I see you really starting to see things coming in. You may get a message you've been waiting on probably early in February that might give you a little bit more it might give you a little bit more insight as to why some of these things have happened.
Okay. I've been looking for an answer, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think, by about the middle of next year, you'll be looking back at this time thinking, wow, that was a tough time, and I'm glad I've put it behind me. So, everything will be back in its place by then. But sometimes we get stuck in life, and the universe wants to move us in a different direction, and we can't see that, because when we're in amongst it all, it can be quite distressing and sad. But once we get into the new situation and we have all the beautiful things coming in, we look back and we think, that was a tough time, but wow, I had to go through that to really understand my own value and the direction I wanted to go in. And that's where you'll be in around about June. You will grow. You will grow dramatically from this. I can promise you that. And as long as you try really hard to go with the flow, don't fight it. Just understand that things are being put in place for your betterment.
Okay. Thank you for your help.
All right. You're very welcome. And honestly, by about February, you'll be starting to see the changes.
I'm looking forward to it.
No worries. Much love, Dorothy. Take care of you.
Thank you so much, sweetheart.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit tough sometimes, isn't it? Sort of sitting waiting for things to happen in your life when you're going through tough times. I do have, Vanita in Birmingham, England, United Kingdom. Hello, Vanita.
Hi.
Are you
Hello.
there? Hi, how are you going?
Hello. Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, good. So
Hello?
you're speaking to someone who was born in Brighton, so it's been a long time since so you're a fellow person. Vanita, what can I do for you today?
I think I would just like a general reading, please, whatever you think like I need to know.
Okay. I've been speaking to a lot of people at the moment who are going through lots of changes. There seems to be a real stripping back by the universe at the moment to get us moving or get us a little bit more focused on what we want in life. And I think up until now, we've been very, going along with life and not realizing how important we are. And there's this real focus at the moment on getting us to understand how to move our lives forward. And I think this is the point you're at here too, where you're sort of standing, questioning, is this enough? Is it what I want? Do I need to move forward? Do I need to manage my life differently? So I feel this sort of like it's almost an excited energy with you, so you know good things are coming. I can feel it, and I have a lovely sort of warm feeling in my tummy. So I know that you know good things are coming to you, but it's like you want to sort of really sort of throw caution to the wind and get out there and bring new things in. So I want to say to you, don't try to do too much at once. I do see some changes coming around your home situation. So there seems to be changes for you. Either you're moving or you're going to just completely redecorate, like you're over looking at the same things. You could be even thinking about a change in your appearance. So I'm not sure. It's like you want this complete revamp. But you're trying to bring in a lot of new things, which is beautiful. And I love that you're manifesting because they're coming to you. But just be careful you put out there what you actually want. Otherwise, you're going to bring so much in, you won't know where you're at. So I love the fact you're manifesting. Do you have a young daughter?
I don't know. I don't have any children.
No children yet. Are you married?
No.
Have you been trying for children? You're not married yet. Okay.
I'm not married now.
All right. Okay, because you've got a lot of changes around you in the next 2 years. So I want to say to you that life is changing quite dramatically for you in the next 2 years. I just want to ask you if you're a Pisces.
No.
What's your star sign?
I'm a Virgo.
A Virgo, okay. You have a strong Pisces feel to you, and I tell you why that is. You have this dream thing going on. It's like you have very deep, big dreams for yourself. There's this feeling here that you're either a very deep thinker, and you do. Do you do spiritual work? Is that what I'm getting?
I do, yeah.
Okay,
and also
radio.
strangers like that, all like my best friends and my sister who I'm really close to, they're all Pisces. Like women that I'm really close to are always Pisces, which is quite strange.
Yeah, and I can feel that Pisces energy around you, so it's obviously very influential to you. But lovely dream energy, and I love that you're very able to go deep within yourself, to look at yourself, like you're very self-aware is what I'm after. And I know that the universe is already co-creating with you, so you're going to bring massive changes in for you in the next 2 years, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, but you also need to, there's also a need for you to separate yourself from things that don't, because I think that you're a bit of a giver, and there's this energy that perhaps you sometimes put up with a little bit more than you should, and that drains your energy here. But I see changes in the home. If we talk about the things that are coming up for you, definitely changes in your home in the next I don't think that's very far when I feel that energy. So have you been thinking of moving or relocating or buying?
I've actually moved into a new flat about 2 months ago.
Okay, so I may be picking up on older energies, rightio. Because there's movement with the place you live at. There's also movement in your work or career. I see something shifting for you here as well. It may be the next step in your career. Have you already stepped out or planned? Are you a goal setter?
I'm kind of struggling with that at the moment. I think I've always I try to, but I don't always execute. I don't go the distance and stick with things. And that's always been a really big struggle with me. Like I can't commit and see things to the end.
That's why I get the dreamer energy with you. you're a little bit of a dreamer. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to goal setting. If you're if you're a person who finds it difficult to finish things off, then I would say to you, goal setting is so important for you. Being able to look ahead and decide what you want and set yourself dates. I know that there was a study done with Harvard where the people who had set goals often achieved them so much more than people who didn't. So for you, maybe it's getting out of that dreamer energy a little bit and trying to do something practical. Vision boards. They're showing me vision boards here. Have you ever done a vision board?
I haven't, but that's actually been on my mind a lot for the last few days. I've been thinking a lot about
that's where you need to go. Yeah, because otherwise you have this beautiful, lovely energy of being, always dreaming about things, but you're not achieving. So move to a vision board, set yourself some goals, understand that, you can bring in what you want, but you have to be clear because when you're in that dreamer energy, you're sort of going to the universe and saying, I'd like this, but then I think I'd like that. And maybe that would be nice. And how about that? And the universe is going, wow, Vanita, you need to be clear about what you want from us, because how are we going to give it to you when you're scattered like that? So vision boards are really, really good for you. But having a clear idea of where you want to go. Now, if you're not sure of the destination of where you want to end up, then possibly have a good do you meditate?
It's something that I want to start doing. I don't at the moment, no. I do yoga.
Yeah, no, vision board. See, I want to, but I don't know where to start. Okay. If you're not sure about meditations, then go on YouTube and get a guided meditation. Find someone whose voice you can resonate with, someone who has a very pleasant voice. I listen to Joe Treacy. He's very easy to listen to. And if you do guided meditations, then you learn to focus on the person's voice and you don't get so caught up in your own feelings. The other thing you can try, which is really good for getting your focus, is EFT or tapping. Very, very good.
Oh, yeah, I do EFT.
Beautiful, beautiful. So what I would suggest to you is work on those two first. Get yourself a vision board. Have some goals, because life will be so much more fulfilling. And I see so much change for you in the next 2 years. So all around you have change, and maybe that's why, because you're starting off by understanding the direction you want to go in. So there's changes to come in your career probably in the next 12 months. I do see some studies, so I don't know if you've been thinking of taking up some sort of college or university stuff, but I do see you aiming higher in your education, and I do see changes coming in your romance or your life in general. So lots of things to look forward to, but it's sort of starting to understand what you want. And once you've got that in your head, then you can start to proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. All of it is so perfect. Everything you said is just so perfect. That's exactly where I am right now. There's a habit that I have, and I'm just got to this point where I know it's stopping me from going forward and stopping me from doing things that I want. And today I have actually decided that I'm just going to change my habits. So
you have the most beautiful energy. Don't lose your energy, though. You have the most loveliest, lightest. It's almost like flowers. You have this beautiful energy, so don't lose that. But just find that part of you that you can work with rather than sort of getting scattered, because then you get a little bit irritated and frustrated that you're not going in the right direction. So keep focused. Try and find a couple of those things to do, to put in place, and you will bring in everything you want in the next 2 years.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Vanita.
Exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you so much.
No
What's your name again?
Bye-bye.
Sorry.
Yvonne.
Hello.
I'm the Aussie
Yvonne.
Goddess. Yeah,
Okay,
my business is the Aussie Goddess. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, so before we go today, I just want to, because somebody wants to know where I'm from, so I'll give you a little bit of a background and a few places you can find me. So in my day-to-day work, I work for the government. I work in disabilities. I've been working in disabilities for, I don't even know how long. I started off in youth homelessness, youth work. I moved. I kept trying to find what this thing was that I had, and I kept studying, and I got myself a bunch of degrees and a bunch of certificates, and I tried lots of different things, and all the time not realizing that my calling was around this type of work. So I got into life coaching. I also am a certified life coach. Look, I have a stack of qualifications, but actually all I was doing was trying to find myself, and trying to understand this gift that I'd been given, that I'd had from a young child and never really understood what it was about. I read the tarot as soon as I read cards. I read playing cards as soon as I could understand what I was hearing, seeing, and feeling these feelings about people, and these always having these ideas of coincidence, what I thought was coincidence, because I was manifesting and didn't realize it. So I spent a long journey coming around to this side of myself. So now I have my own business. I've been doing this professionally for about 5 years. The last 2 years, I've really taken it seriously. So you can find me on YouTube. I do daily readings. I've been doing it about 1.5 years on YouTube. I do dailies, weeklies, and monthlies. I do a lot more personal readings now. So I do readings from my home if you're in the Sydney area. I do readings by phone, Skype, Messenger, and WhatsApp, and I go all over the world with those. So I speak to people in a lot of different countries. I do fairs. So I get to do, and last year I did way too many fairs and it was just ridiculous. So this year I'm cutting back the fairs a little bit and just probably doing some, maybe one a month over the year. But I love fairs, but a lot of traveling for me. As a mother of 3 very grown-up children and 7 beautiful grandchildren and 1 beautiful great-grandson, my home life is busy too. So just recently I decided I wanted to have a move, so I'm moving closer to be with my family now going forward. Now everybody's getting a bit bigger, and that I've still got 2 baby grandchildren. But anyway, if you want to find me, you can find me on YouTube. I have a Facebook page at The Aussie Goddess. TheAussieGoddess.com is my website. I'm also on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, so all the social platforms. So please look out for me. Do come over and follow me on the Aussie Goddess Facebook page. I'm currently running a competition there. So if you'd like to have a chance at winning a half-an-hour reading, then you can come over and visit me there. Please say that you've seen me on Moonstruck Television so I know who you are and I know where you're coming from. I answer all of my emails. I answer all of the communications I get in. So please share the journey with me, join the community, love every time like the first time, and much love to you all in your day-to-day life. Mwah.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So we have a wonderful show, and I believe we have two callers going to be calling in shortly. Before we start doing the readings, I'd like to actually just do a little sort of spiritual talk. And what I was thinking about for the talk today is, why does someone ever want to be a medium, and why does and also what's the purpose of it? You know, and I think that's quite an interesting question. And I think that everybody on this planet is capable of being a medium, because first and foremost, we all have a spirit. But the reason why perhaps I am able to connect as opposed to somebody else who isn't is simply that they haven't got the infrastructure of the spirit world around them to do the work that needs to be done. That's not to say that they don't have an infrastructure in a different way in helping them in their life that they are operating in as we speak. But for me, because I am doing this work, I have, a little team of guides that's around me. And some mediums may only have one guide, and some will have two. And, it varies from what the purpose and what the sole purpose is to do this work. And I also think, so my second question was, what's the purpose of mediumship? Why do we have it in the first place? The obvious one is communication. We are able to communicate with loved ones in the spirit world. And I'm in this unique position where I'm able to connect with people from the Bible era. And I can tell you, when they started talking to me 2.5 years ago, I was shocked. I didn't think, why me? And all these sort of questions went through. But anyway, they do. They've chosen me to talk through. And that's that, I feel very honored and lucky. But, when we look at sort of, normal mediumship where we're connecting to sort of perhaps our guides or perhaps, our relatives, I think that has an enormous, positivity, because what that does is, and it's so fantastic, is that it proves the survival of the spirit. It means that life goes on and life is eternal. And I think to have that knowledge and have that proof given to us is a wonderful, wonderful gift that it can be given through mediumship. I also think with mediums, and I know that sometimes, people who perhaps have the gift are listening to this show, but, I think with mediums, I think that we have to always remember that we're simply just the middleman. We're nothing special. We're just the middleman, and the people in the spirit world are special, and also the people that we're speaking to are special. We're just hearing and giving, and that's all we do. And also, I think the other thing that with mediumship is that our lives are no different from yours. We have all our ups and downs and difficulties and challenges and things like that, because first and foremost, we're here to learn our lessons. We're here to evolve, and we're here to be greater than the person that we were when we first came. So that's my little sort of spiritual talk about mediumship and why do we have mediumship. But ultimately, the ability to prove that life is eternal is fantastic, is a fantastic gift. But not only that, we also are able to give guidance. And this is something that, when somebody is going through a challenging time in their life, to be able to give guidance is also a wonderful thing, because it can be uplifting and also healing. Right, so I think we're going to go to some callers, and I believe we have Chris in Englewood, Florida. Are you there, Chris?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Hello, Chris, and how are you? It's going to be Thanksgiving on Thursday, isn't it?
Yep, we're only 2 days away, and I just celebrated a birthday 2 days ago.
Oh, so you're very busy. As you probably gathered, I'm a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can look to give guidance from my guides. Is there a particular way you would like me to work? And also, sort of, where would you like me to focus as well?
I think on my future. I think my biggest concerns right now are, what is my next step? What am I supposed to do? What are my guides telling me I should do next?
Right. Okay, well, before I start, what I want to say is that we do have free will, and that is really important, that I think that people understand. But once our spirit decides, our course, then the path is set, and on it goes. But I'm just going to sort of look more, to an aspect of, what's the purpose of you coming here to this life? And I feel with you that you have a strong disposition to of what is right and what is wrong. And I feel that you have. Would that make sense to you, Chris?
Yes, it does.
Good. And I feel with you that that what you've had to do with the people around you is really sort of guide them on their paths of what is right or wrong. And I feel that very much strongly that is a deep soul purpose of yours, to basically guide people and show people that the path that they are supposed to be on. You've got an amazing sort of insight into what is good for other people, and what path they should be going on. Does that make sense to you, Chris?
Yes, it does. They come to me all the time. I'm a big magnet. They line up to see me.
Yeah. and I just feel that you're a guide, and what I'm being told by my guides is that you are meant to do. This is your job. This is what you have come to do, to guide people on their paths and in their lives. And what I'm told, that everything that you do, everything, jobs or family or people around you or friends, that is all linked to this job that you are doing. And that is a job that you have come to do for God, because you made a promise to God before you came that you would help as many people as you possibly could in order to help them on their path. Wow, that's amazing, Chris.
Yeah.
And I feel very strongly about that with you, because I know that I've got certain guides standing in front of me telling me that, and because of the guides that are standing in front of me, I know that this is absolutely correct, from your soul path of what you're meant here to come and here and do. But I also feel that you've come to a little bit of a crossroads in your life, and I feel that you it's almost like there's an emptiness. It sort of has slightly evolved in your life. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
And I feel with you that you're looking for sort of like a purpose, looking for something to do, or something more sort of positive. And I can just sort of see you sort of like you're scratching your head, sort of, what can I do? What can I do? And I get the feeling, what I'm being told is that, I spoke earlier on about how you are the guide for everyone else, but there is a guide that is working with you from the spirit world, and they are guiding you on your path. And this path that they are guiding you upon is is part of this ethos that that's part of you in helping others. And I feel very, very drawn to you doing something of a charitable basis. Would you understand that, Linda? Has that been something that you've been thinking about?
Yeah.
Good. And I just get I feel sort of drawn to sort of be more involved with giving to people and helping to helping to people to in their lives, but in a charitable way. And I think that it's almost like the time has come where you're freed up from sort of family life and situations like that, which gives you the ability to sort of do this work. Your life, the whole of your life, is going to be about us helping as many people in any way that you can. It's almost like to the day you pass, to the day you die, you will be helping people on their path and in their lives and everything that they need to do.
Okay.
Wow, Chris, right. You're amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
I really appreciate it.
Does that make sense to you as I'm telling you this?
It does. It does. I'm really at a very big crossroad right now, and I need to make a decision about where to live. I need to make a decision about, divorce, stay together. I have a child that's disabled, an adult child that I take care of. I take care of some other people in the community as well, and I'm just really, obviously I need to earn a living, and that's always my big concern, because I would do for everyone all the time and not even consider compensation, but I still have to pay bills. So, that's where I'm at.
Okay, let me just, I'm being told that your living circumstances are going to, and they're using the word slightly change, and I don't know what they mean by slightly, but I'm being told it's going to slightly change, which will give you, it's almost like and because of the way it's going to slightly change, it's going to free you up slightly it's going to free you up more financially. And I get the feeling also that I feel that you're going to be aligning yourself with some sort of organization or something that will enable you to help more people.
Okay.
And I feel that I just feel very strongly that anything you do is anything that happens to you will be about helping others.
Okay.
But I do feel that I feel very drawn to some sort of charitable organization or helping disabled people or something of that nature, where you are going to be I feel that the almost like, although you think you've come to a crossroads, you haven't. It's almost like it's the continuation of and I'm talking in a metaphorical way. It's a continuation of the work that you've been doing all along. It's almost like you're just going to the next stage of helping other people. But I do feel a strong influence with I never know what the correct term to use because we have politically correct words in the UK, and I'm sure there's slightly different in the USA. And of course, I never want to offend somebody, but in England we would call it somebody with learning difficulties. I think that's quite an odd term because people can have something like dyslexia, and then somebody can be very different. But I understand it's the same here. I've just been informed. But I just feel that you will have a strong emphasis with people with learning difficulties, and I think that it will be. I get the feeling that it's going to be expanded in your life because I feel that you're going to your next stage of your development here on the earth plane, on the purpose of what you came here to do. So thank you very much for calling in, Chris, and I just wish you well. And I know that what I think is so important that you need to hear is that I know that I'm being told that almost like God has your back. God is looking after you and looking to support you and guide you, and He's not going to let you down because He's so grateful for everything that you do for everyone.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. Right. I believe we have Linda, my next caller. Are you there, Linda?
This is Linda. Hi.
Hello. And so I'm a medium, and I can either give guidance from my guides, or I can connect to a loved one in the spirit world. Is there a way that you'd like me to particularly work?
Yeah, I lost both my parents last year, and it's the holidays. The first holiday without them. Wanted up there watching over me and helping me. I took care of my mom. She had dementia, and she was really bad at the end. It was hard on me. She was so hateful and mean. And I love her. And and then my dad died, and I didn't get there in time to say goodbye to him.
Right.
And I feel so bad.
Okay. Right. Well, I'm being aware of two people that are standing by the side of me, and they're telling me that they are your parents, your mum and dad. I feel with your father that he would have been perceived as being a little bit more healthier before he died, whereas your mother was more of a slow sort of problem that she had with her health. Would that make sense to you, Linda?
Yeah.
Because I'm being shown how. Sorry. Did you want to say something?
My dad was very stubborn, and he had a massive stroke that killed him. And
yes.
Well, he lived for 7 days, and he was always saying he had a headache and that. And I said, "Well, let me take you to the hospital. We'll see, find out what's wrong." And he never wanted to go, never wanted to be a problem, And
yes.
That's what happened, He was more worried about my mom than he was himself, like me,
Yes. Yeah. And I think, because I'm seeing where your sort of dad feels more sort of, upright in the spirit world, whereas your mum is being shown to me as somebody who's quite sort of frail towards the end. Would that make sense to you?
I didn't hear you.
Your mother would have been more, a lot more frail than towards the end.
Yeah, she was.
And I also feel that your dad wants to do the talking, and your mum is standing by the side of me, but I feel like it's your dad that wants to talk, and he's saying to me that he feels so sorry that you have to go through this, and he's saying that you're then he's making me feel like they're going to be around you on Thursday, on Thanksgiving, and I also feel that. But I'm also feeling that there is another reason to celebrate something around about now, because I feel like either there is a birthday or something in the family that is worthy of celebrating. Does that make sense to you?
No, there ain't no birthdays in November.
Okay, so if I were to go to the Monday prior to Thanksgiving, was there something that happened either before they passed or round about the time they passed, or that something is significant? And I keep on hearing Monday, and I feel like there's something significant with your family. It may be that somebody's getting married, or there's an anniversary, or a passing date, or a birthday. But I just get
yeah. My mom's anniversary is coming up soon on Monday.
On Monday, there you go. I kept on hearing Monday. See, Linda, I'm not going mad. And I know that they are wanting to sort of celebrate, that, and I feel that they're also going to be around you on that day as well. And I also, and they're telling me about Christmas as well, and they're saying to me that they had a particular family tradition that was a little bit peculiar, almost like different from sort of the way other people do Christmas. There'd be something that you would have done that's different. Does that make sense? I think you had your sort of like your own way of doing things in your family.
Yeah, we always done everything the old-fashioned way. We never, we made stuff for each other and stuff like that. We very, very seldom bought store gifts.
Yeah, and I just. And they're sort of remembering sort of all the things that they would do. And I'm also seeing, I remember when I was a child, we used to make those sort of things that would hang from the ceiling, where we'd cut sort of coloured paper and into rectangle strips.
Yeah, we do that every year.
Yes, because they're showing me that, and I feel that you would all sit down and do it together. And you'd have streams all around the house of all these sort of, streamers. I don't know what you call them, but they would be hanging from, things in the house. And
we used to decorate the tree with popcorn, the string with the popcorn.
There you go. See, you do things slightly differently. And I also feel that there was something to do with chocolate on the tree as well.
What?
Did you ever put chocolate on the tree?
Yeah. my brother and my one brother, when he was young, he used to take one of them hooks and hook a piece of candy bar on the tree. That was his decoration. And ever since he was little, Ma would put that on there. She had a way that she preserved it, and every year she put it on the tree for him. Because he's grown and gone now, But that was.
I also think
something different.
Your mum is also showing me where she would bake the cake for Christmas, the Christmas cake, and she's showing me that. And I feel also that she would have put a little bit of alcohol into it as well, because she's showing me pouring some liquid in. The liquid looks brown, so I'm assuming it's alcohol.
Rum cake.
Yeah, I was, you know, you beat me to it. I was just going to say it's rum because I was saying I'm seeing a brown liquid and she told me it was rum. So thank you for that. Yes, she showed me to make put rum in the cake and she'd make that at Christmas. And also I feel that, I say, this is interesting. No, I'm from the UK, as you can probably gather. I've got that funny accent, but you know, in Scotland on New Year's Eve, they would sing "For the Sake of Auld Lang Syne," and she's showing me you all holding your hands, and I feel like there must have been a time when you would have all sung that song. And I know you.
Yeah, we did. When we sing Christmas carols, we used to sit around singing Christmas carols, and we'd sing that,
Oh, right, because she's
favorite.
And I feel that you would have done it whilst you were sat round the table as well, because she's showing me round the table.
Yeah.
And also, I feel that there would have been someone would have prayed before you ate. You know, like, you know, sort of.
Mom.
Yeah, because I think it's your mum that's talking. Oh, your mum is saying to me, have you got one of her nighties? It's what we call in England a nightie. I don't know what you'd call it here. See, it's the same language, but it's not. The item of clothing that you would wear when you go to bed.
Yes, I had it made into a pillow so I could remember her. It was what she was wearing when she passed.
Yes, because that's what she's wearing right now. She's showing me in her nightie. And it's funny because I never mention it, but I remember thinking that's probably what she wore when she passed. But I feel that you have that nightie and you that's something that you treasure.
Yeah. I put it up so nothing will happen to it.
Listen, Linda, I want to tell you something. Your mum and dad are as live as they ever were, and they are here with me. They are talking, and they want you to know that they're going to be with you over every sort of celebration and holiday, and they're always around you, and they don't want you to be sad because they want to lift up your spirits and they want to be with you. They love you. They adore you. It's just, and they're showing me they're happy as well.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Connections with Carrie M. Bush. Carrie M. Bush. Live from Facebook.com/Carrie M. Bush.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, so welcome to Angelic Connections. I am your host for today, Carrie Bush, coming from the UK. I am a spiritual mentor, an angel card reader, and a published author. You can find me on Facebook at Carrie M. Bush, as well as Amazon at Carrie M. Bush. Lots of books that I've published on Amazon for children and journals to help adults. Some of the books that I've published for children help the child to connect with the archangels, the powerful archangels, and, you know, help them to know what messages they can give to them. I'm also a spiritual mentor, and I have a spiritual soul group on Facebook. It would be great if you come and joined us and checked us out. If you feel like need some guidance in a certain area, then we can help you with this. There's so much love and support. I'm there every day. I'm doing daily messages, helping you with the energy of the day, helping you to know what to expect. There's weekly lives, there's pendulum calls, yes, no questions answered, lots of oracle cards. There's so much going on there. So if you just feel like you need that little bit more support, then come along, find us on Facebook at the Spiritual Soul Group. So just before I came on live, I have pulled 3 cards from the messages from your guides pack. Now, if you can choose the number that you're guided to, 1, 2, or 3, you'll get a special message after at the end of this show. So just go with the number you're drawn with. You know, the first one that comes into your mind, number 1, number 2, or number 3, and that will be the right message for you from the angels. So that will be revealed, like I say, at the end of the show. So our weekly guidance this week from the angels is embracing the future from the Gateway Oracle cards. Embracing the future. I step into the future with an open heart. So I love this card for us. This is trusting our path a little bit more, allowing ourselves to be guided, going with the flow, going with our heart space at the moment. We need to all be stepping away from our head space. This is a really powerful message from the angels. Step away from your head space. The head space puts you in that place of fear, anxiety, worry, thinking too far ahead, over questioning everything, basically just kind of driving yourself mad. So this card asks you to go with your heart space more. Your heart space is so much more reliable. It's connecting with your intuition. It's following the guidance from the angels. It's trusting the path that you are going on. And my goodness, are you going on a powerful path? So we've got magical times ahead, everybody. We're in a really, really magical phase. It is a very powerful month. It is the month of miracles and the month of magic. We are in December's energy. It's very, very powerful indeed. On Thursday, we have got the 12-12 portal opening up. This is the energy gateway that really leads us forward in a big way. It really allows us to put closure on the past, on things that have kept us stuck, on challenges that have kept us stuck and blocked from moving forward. That 12-12 portal is going to put the closure there. It's going to end this decade with a bang. In 2020, we are starting a whole new decade. So literally everything that we are doing now is preparing our next 10 years ahead. That is how powerful it is. So the angel's message for you this week is just be mindful of your thoughts and your feelings and your actions. As I say, we are either creators right now. We are creating our life for the next 10 years, for the next decade, from 2020 to 2030. This is the space and the energy that we're in now. So it's very important that we are thinking and talking about what we want to bring in around our life and not the things that we don't want to bring in, because the things we don't want to bring in can easily manifest under this energy. So I feel it's, the strong message from the angels this week is just be mindful of your thoughts, be mindful of what you're talking about. Make sure that what you're talking about is what you want to bring in and you're not focusing on things that you don't want. This is all of us, a strong message for us all to be careful, not to be complaining, not to be moaning about things, not to be keeping our focus on the things that we want to change that we're not happy about. Instead, we need to come from the space where, we're talking about what we have as if we've already got it, as if we're already living it in our life. This is such an important message for us this week. So the 12/12 portal is on Thursday. It falls in with a full moon, the full moon in Gemini. So how powerful is this to have this 12/12 magical gateway opening on the same day as the full moon? The day after is the Friday the 13th. A lot of people are fearful of Friday the 13th, but there's no need to be. In actual fact, 13 as an angel number is a beautiful message. It's a strong message of change, of good luck, of good fortune. So, we need to celebrate Friday the 13th. It's a very powerful day. It's a very high connection day. So that comes in straight after the 12/12 and the full moon. And then after that, we go into the solstice, which is the 21st of December. And then we end the decade on with a bang with the new moon and the new moon energy around us on the 26th, which is the Boxing Day. So how magical is this month already? You may be feeling the energy quite strongly. We have a lot of ascension energy around. The reason being that we are being prepared for 2020 in a big way. As I say, this is a whole new decade opening up for us. And this is our chance to connect to our authentic self, to own our power in a big way, to go into 2020 connected, to feeling guided and, with freedom. I want to say the word freedom. That's coming up for me a lot this week from the angels. We're all going to be given freedom. So the ascension symptoms and the light codes that we are having activated right now are shaking people up a little bit. If you've got some bad patterns that you're still coming from, they will be highlighting and showing up of the month of December. You may also be experiencing some physical symptoms such as headaches, nausea, feeling tired, all of that kind of thing, because the energy is so, so strong. So remember, what you are doing now is creating your whole future. Please be mindful of your thoughts, your actions, and, what you're putting out there to the world. So we're going to take a caller now. We've got Riri from West Sussex, I believe, on the line. Hello, Riri. Are you there?
I'm here. Hi, Kerry.
Hello. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm really good, thank you. So how can I help you today, Riri?
So my question was really about my career. I really want to get into human resources, and I'm trying to take a few courses to see if I can actually get where I need to be. So I'm just wanting to see if there's anything in the cards for me, really.
Okay, let's pull your cards. I want to do the Gateway Oracle cards because I feel guided that these are the powerful ones to use. So I'm going to ask the angels for the cards for you, and we'll see what guidance comes up for you, Riri. So about your career. Okay, so you get two cards come up here. Your first one is starting fresh. A wonderful new beginning is blossoming in your life. And the angels are giving me a big, strong yes in my ear as I'm pulling this card. It is new beginnings for you. It is time to create the life that you desire. This is here for you, this career change. It really, really is. You also get the believing in the magic card, Riri. And this is the magic is abounding in your life. So I feel like you've been in a bit of a area in your life that's kept you a little bit stuck, maybe a little bit of frustration there too. Would that be right?
Yeah, very right.
Okay, so this is changing, and this is the lovely thing. December is bringing the big change for you, the change that you've been praying for. I feel like the angels are saying to me that sometimes you've had a bit of frustration, like, hello, is anybody listening? I feel like you're putting out what you want. I feel like you're working well on manifesting, and I feel like there's been a bit of frustration because it hasn't showed up. But the angels are telling me that's because it's about divine timing. this year's been really important for you, Riri, to work on yourself. And that's why you haven't seen the changes just yet. But as you go into January, you're going to see lots of opportunities coming around this. I feel like it's about believing in yourself a bit more, about knowing that you can do it. So it's about letting go of the frustrations, because I feel like this year, you know, you have been working on the manifesting. Would that be right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so just know that your prayers have been heard and answered. What this is coming down to, Riri, is about divine timing. It's about making sure that that right opportunity and the time for you to move into the career of your dreams is there at just the right time. Sometimes when things happen too early, when everything, you know, behind the scenes isn't quite there, isn't quite set up, it won't go in our favor as much as we'd like it to be. So there's a very good reason that you've had to wait, but you know, it's changing. From the end of December, they're giving me, into January, you are going to see an opportunity with this. I feel like it's going to come from the internet. So I don't know if you do a little bit of looking and searching around this area on the internet at all.
I do. I'm quite vigilant actually.
Okay, there's going to be something just pop up out of nowhere. And you know what? They want me to pick up the believing in magic card again. So this is about believing in yourself, Riri, and believing this opportunity is going to come. And all of a sudden, you're going to be going, oh, let's have another look. And something's going to jump out at you and you're going to just feel so excited, so good about it. And then, you know, you're going to be like, wow, you're going to go for it and it's just all going to fall into place. And they're saying it's going to fall into place so easily. And that's because it's the right timing for you. Sometimes we try and control the timing. We all do it. You know, we're human beings, aren't we? When we want to change, we try and make it happen. But this is all in your best interest that this hasn't happened up until now, because it's like the scene is being set and you're going to have a lot of success around this, Riri. You really are. And you're going to meet some people who can really help you in a big way, connect to some bigger people. The angels are showing me you in kind of boardroom meetings and later on, you know, doing presentations yourself. You're going to be in a powerful position. You really are.
Oh, that's really good to hear, actually. I've been trying, and you know, like you said, it's just not there. You know, you do everything that you think is right, but it just still doesn't present itself.
Yeah, and sometimes the best thing that we can do is just take the focus off of it, you know, get into the belief that it's going to happen. You're excited, you know that this dream job is coming your way, and then lose the focus of it. And you're just going to look at the internet, check it out one day, and you're going to be like, wow, there's a really lovely opportunity here. And go with that heart feeling, that excitement in your tummy. It's just going to connect to you, Riri, and you're just going to go for it. And you're going to be like, wow, I'm so glad I did, because the timing's there for you. 2020 is a really good year for you. You've got a lot of changes coming, and it starts off with this career and then it kind of links into all different areas. You've got some changes coming in friendships. So there's definitely going to be some new people stepping into your life as a result from this job. So that's really lovely. It's just going to be touching lots of areas, and you've got more money coming in. So this job, I feel, is going to pay quite well, Riri.
That will be good. We always appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly. That's always a good point, isn't it? So I feel like you're going to feel more connected. I feel like this is like where your soul wants to be. And when you're in that job, it's just going to help in all other areas, just feel really connected and feel really happy. So I'm not saying the angels aren't giving me this has been a terrible year for you, but I just feel it's been a little bit hard work at times and a little bit of frustration creeping in, but that is ending for you. So this full moon on Thursday is going to be really powerful for you for releasing and letting go, because you are starting a whole new chapter.
That's really lovely. It's quite relieving.
Okay, did that help?
Yes, it definitely did.
Oh, lovely. Have you got anything else before I go?
Well, I also wanted to ask about a relationship, or kind of if there's anything for me in the future. I did kind of meet someone, but then it's kind of hot and cold. I've been alone for a while, so I kind of wondered if there was ever anyone out there.
I have got the romance cards here, so let's have a look. So we're going to ask for you for romance. Let's see what card comes out for you for romance. Okay, so you get the passion card, Allow your heart and soul to sing with joy. This is passion coming into your life. Again, 2020 is your year. It's the year for your changes. So you're ending this year by releasing a lot. So when I say releasing a lot, I feel like I want to say that there is a past relationship. The angels are showing me an ex that maybe hurt you, and there is some releasing work that needs to be done on this to move forward. But there is passion coming back into your life. There's love, and it's a committed relationship. It's lovely. It feels really strong. It feels really powerful, and it feels like somebody that you know have good connection with, that you can do things that you enjoy, same interests, that kind of thing. So you've got some lovely times coming up. But does that link in with you about releasing a past relationship?
Yes.
Yeah. There's some healing and releasing needs to be done, which is the perfect time to be doing it now in December with that 12/12 portal coming up and the full moon. You know, this is the time for releasing. So let go with love of that past relationship. You know, do the forgiveness for yourself to release, you know, cut the cords and, you know, start afresh. You know, take the lessons only and leave the rest back in the past. You're not going to be hurt again. This is a nice relationship coming in. This is a committed relationship. So kind of just take the past relationship as lessons and just keep hold of the lessons and let go of everything else, because you don't want this getting in the way of this new love coming in. And I don't know why, but I'm just keep being given a museum. So I don't know if that's an interest of yours, but they're just showing me a museum over and over. So I don't know if that links into you, Riri.
Pardon me, what is it?
A museum. They just keep showing me a museum. Oh. I don't know if that's like an interest of yours or a passion you'll share together, you know, or maybe a meat place. I don't know, but they're showing me a museum. So I have to give you that.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. So get excited, let go of everything else. It's not needed. You've got some lovely stuff coming. So believe, trust in that magic, and you're going to see it come in 2020 and early 2020.
Oh, it's looking like a good year, 2020.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. It really, really is. So I'm excited for you.
Thank you. I'm feeling excited that I've had a bit of a run this year. So
it's kind of like those challenges. Yeah, those challenges are lifted from your shoulders now. It's time for you to start the new cycle, the new chapter, and it's not like the past. So just let go of that relationship. And you'll be fine. You'll make the room for the new to enter. That's the kind of energy that you're under at the moment.
Perfect.
Okay, I hope that helped.
Yes, it definitely does.
Okay, you take care, Riri.
Yes, and you. Thank you so much, Kev.
You're so welcome. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so this is like the angels are just saying this is so important. We must all be believing in ourselves now. We must be, you know, expecting the things that we want. The more we can get into this mindset, the quicker they're going to show up in our life. You know, emit the right frequency, match the frequency to what you want to manifest, and that is going to show up for us. Each and every one of us, there's no one missing out here. If we get the frequency matched, so that's focusing on the feeling of what we want. So if we're manifesting love, then we focus on the feeling of love as if it's already in our life. If we're manifesting money, then we focus on the feeling of feeling abundant as if we already have so much money available to us. If we can get on the right frequency and match that frequency, then we are going to see that come in, because we are in some powerful, powerful times now, everyone. So I want to do the cards, the reveal for everybody. So let me just have a drink of water because my throat's gone dry. Okay, so everybody who chose number 1, your message from the angels is worry is a wasted emotion. So I love this. And how important is that? How true is that message? How many times have we all worried about something to then 6 months later look back and think that was just so unnecessary? You know, I drove myself mad. I wish I hadn't worried. You know, it's all growth and it's all lessons, but it really is wasted energy. When you worry, you are attracting more to worry about in your life. It's as simple as that. The powerful law of attraction is always in motion, even if we don't realize it. So if we're putting worry energy in, we're going to have more to worry about. We're going to drive ourselves mad. We're going to take ourselves straight out of alignment. You know, we're going to cause ourselves to have stress and to have fear. And we just don't need that energy around us. So let go of the worries. Give the worries to the angels. They're saying, give it to us. Take it off of your shoulders. You know, that's such a powerful thing to do. And it's such a releasing thing to do. Just give the worry to the angels and focus on something that makes you happy. It could be a past memory. It could be your children. It could be a friend. It could be a lover, a partner. Focus on what makes you happy, and that will take you away from the worry energy. So what I do, I give it straight to the angels. I ask them to come in and help me. I ask them to lift the worry from my shoulders, and then I'll connect to a past memory that makes me happy, and I'll focus on that, and I get my vibration lifted, and I'm back connected again. So remember that worry is a wasted emotion. Focus your emotion. Your emotion is what keeps you on the right frequency, and your emotion is what manifests things into your life. So that's a good reminder. For everybody who chose number 2, for everybody guided to number 2, your message from the angels is patience is a virtue. Yes, it is. It can be frustrating. Of course it can. We want things to come straight away, but patience really is a virtue. You know, divine timing is everything. Sometimes we have to just trust in the bigger picture that we can't see. The angels have got our backs. The universe has our back. Everything is happening. Just because we can't see it physically doesn't mean it's not all coming together. So although patience can cause us to be frustrated, as soon as the frustration comes in, that's when we go to the over questioning. When's it coming? Why is it not coming? How's it going to come? And the minute we go to that energy and that space, we take ourselves straight out of alignment. And when we're out of alignment, we can't manifest. So then we're back in that vicious circle of going around and around and around. You know, good things come. It's written in the stars already. It's already yours. You've manifested it. You have to let it go. You have to surrender. And then you have to believe in divine timing. You have to know that you don't have to see all the evidence straight away, and that you don't have to know everything straight away. You have to believe that the angels, you know, they're in charge. Let's leave it to them. They know what they're doing. They can see everything. They can see everything around us, everything that's to come. So they, you know, we need to trust in divine timing. So if you have been feeling a little bit frustrated about a manifestation not showing up or being stuck in a situation, have the patience. Ask the angels, remember, ask the angels for what you want, and then just let it go. Just trust they've heard, they've answered. You know, they will be sorting things out for you. So that's a powerful message for everyone who chose number 2. So for everybody who was guided to number 3, your message from the angels is like attracts like. So they're very similar messages actually for 1, 2s and 3s. So like attracts like. This is, you know, whatever you're thinking about and focusing on is what you're going to bring into your reality right now. That is going to be manifesting in your life, whether it's good or bad. The vibration you give out is like a magnet, and everything will be, you know, brought back into your reality. So you need to be mindful of that. You need to remember that. Remember those 3 words, like attracts like. Put out the frequency that you want, you know, put out the stuff that you want to manifest. Get attached, you know, get connected and attached to the feeling of what it is that you want to manifest, and let go of the other stuff that you don't want around you. It's like when we worry about bills and money, often we find ourselves in the place of, you know, more bills coming in through our door. And that is because the energy is manifesting that we're putting out. So like attracts like. It's really, really powerful words they are. So powerful messages for everybody this week. I hope that they connected to you. So I want to kind of leave you all with something. What can we do at the moment to help us move into 2020 in a powerful way? Owning our power, you know, living our dream life, manifesting our dreams and actually living them. The best things that you can do at the moment is stay in the present moment. Get yourself into alignment. Go with the flow. Surrender to the universe. You know, surrender it all. Let it go. They've heard what you want. Don't stay too focused on it, because then that's telling the universe, I don't actually trust it because I'm still questioning it. while we're talking about questioning, don't over question everything. You'll drive yourself mad. That's taking you out of the present moment where your power is. That's taking you too much into the future. And that will then cause you to question the hows and whens and whys and when's it going to happen. And that then, you know, will take you straight out of alignment. Get as much rest as possible. It's high energy. Listen to your bodies. You know, your body is your best friend. Your body is your guide. If you feel like, you know, you need that rest, then if possible, take a nap. A power nap at the moment is going to be the best thing that you can do. Eat well, look after yourself, and meditate regular. Ground your energy. You know, if the weather's okay, get outside, get your feet into the soil. If the weather's not great, maybe just go and touch a tree. The energy of a tree can really ground us instantly. Or a grounding meditation would be just as good. Love yourself. Believe in yourself. We have to have self-love. We really, really do. We have to, you know our own self-worth. We really do. That's really important. Divine timing. You know, divine timing is everything. It really, really is. Believe in divine timing. Trust your angels. This is my best advice at the moment. Oh, and the other one that the angels keep bringing up for me, drink as much water as possible under this energy. Filtered water. Drink. You know, it's strong energy. We are aligning to a whole different vibration. Light codes are being activated. So much is happening. That's why a lot of us are feeling off balance. So chakra work, water, that is going to really, really help you. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for, being here with me for this show tonight and, helping me link into you all and spread the light and love. It's been a wonderful show. Thank you for being here. You can find me on Facebook at Carrie M. Bush, Instagram, Amazon at Carrie M. Bush. I'm also on Twitter and my Spiritual Soul groups on Facebook. It'd be wonderful if you'd come join us. I hope you all have a wonderful day or evening wherever you are in the world. And enjoy that full moon, enjoy this energy, try and connect to the magic as much as possible. Enjoy the 1212 gateway. Anytime you see 1212 at the moment, make a wish. Very, very powerful. Wishing you the best week, love and light to you all, and I will be here the same time next Tuesday. Have a good one, everybody.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Angel Guidance by Lisa Shore. Live from PureLoveEnergy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angel Guidance
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. I am happy to be here on the A1R Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. If you have never met me before, I am Lisa. I am based out of Kansas City in the middle of the United States. Right now it's about 12 degrees, so it's a little bit chilly here, but pretty typical for the Midwest. No snow today, so I'm grateful for that. I am a healer. I am a psychic. I am a medium, and I love to teach about all things spirit. So let me just talk to you a little bit today about something that I do every single day that helps me to get through my day without any stress, without any anxiety. And when I do this, I know things are going to flow. And that's really important, getting into the flow of life. So the first thing I do when I wake up in the morning is I set my intentions. And what I mean by that is I get to decide how my day is going to go. And when I decide that, that means all of the universe is going to support me in that decision. And I decide something like this: my day flows in divine harmony and all is well. Isn't that a lovely intention to set for yourself? It is for me. I love to set intentions. Some people wake up in the morning and think about everything that can go wrong, think about all the people they're going to have to deal with that day, and maybe think about how hard those people are to get along with. You really want to shift your thinking there and decide how your day is going to get to go for you, because you know what? You have that power. Start claiming it. So I set my intentions. Second, when I get out of bed, I step into an imaginary bubble. And this imaginary bubble is surrounding me from the bottoms of my feet all the way up to over my head. And I visualize it. And you can even draw it like I just did in the air. If you have a hard time imagining, draw that imaginary bubble and fill it with white light. And intend, like you just did earlier, intend that this bubble is going to protect you from other people's energy. And it's going to bounce, their energy is going to bounce off of it and not going to be able to penetrate. You'll be able to hear them. You'll be able to have compassion for them and hear and listen with your feelings as well. But you're going to be protected because people's energy just kind of pushes out of them and goes in different directions. And if you're all open and not protected, guess what? You're going to absorb that energy and it's going to just sort of sink into you, and you're going to start feeling some things, maybe some of their anxiety, maybe some of their stress. If they're angry, maybe some of that. You know how I know this? Because it happens to me. If I don't protect myself, I'm like a walking sponge. I pick up on other people's energy so easily that I understood at an early age that I needed to protect myself. And once I do that, I don't have that issue anymore. So the next thing I do, so my day flows smoothly, is I cleanse my energy. So when I'm in the shower, or if you want to just do it before you start your day, you don't have to actually be in the shower. Just visualize white light coming in above your head, and just visualize it coming in and flowing in and cleansing everything in your body from the top of your head all the way through your body and out the bottoms of your feet. And what that's doing is it's taking all of that dirty energy, the dust, dirt, and negativity that you may have collected from other people, or you may have actually thought of yourself, because sometimes our thoughts are negative. We want to cleanse all that out. So once you cleanse that out, that means it's going to drain through your body. That cleansing light is going to wash it all away, and it's going to go out the bottoms of your feet down the drain. And so it's really like taking a shower, but an energetic shower. Okay, so those are the first three things. The other thing I do every single day, no matter what, is I ground myself. And what does that mean exactly? Well, visualize yourself as a tree, okay? And if you can visualize yourself as your head sort of up here where the branches are, and your feet and legs are going to be down where the roots are. So visualize your feet or legs as being the roots. And you need to really balance yourself every single day. If you're in your head a lot, if you think about things over and over and over again, you're going to be sort of unbalanced. And there's a way to do a counterbalance, a way to root yourself. And let me tell you, there's a couple ways. First way is you can just take a walk. Just go outside, get some exercise, allow nature to remove any of that excess energy and naturally ground you with the earth. If you can walk barefoot on the grass, even better. The other way you can do it, and there are many, but this is the other way I do. If it's raining or cold, like today, it's really cold, you could sit in a chair, visualize energy growing from the base of your spine all the way down through your legs and out the bottom of your feet, deep into the earth. And you want to visualize that energy connecting you to the center of the earth. And when you visualize those roots growing through the bottoms of your feet, you're going to see them grow all the way down into the very core of the earth and anchor there. And you know what an anchor does? It holds that boat in place. The boat may move around a little bit, but you're still going to be secured, meaning you're not going to float off into the ethers and not have a grounded sort of base for yourself. So those are the four things I do every single day to help myself get through my day in a very natural, easy way, connected to spirit and allowing flow. First thing, just to review, I set my intentions, how my day gets to go. Second thing, I protect myself, step into my protective bubble of light. Third thing, I cleanse myself in my white light shower, taking all the negativity out through my body, out the bottoms of my feet, down the drain. And the fourth thing I do is ground myself, either in a chair, seated, or taking a walk. Now, these things I suggested do not have to take hours and hours, okay? Everything I suggest can take 10 or 20 seconds, literally. If you want to do the grounding and you walk outside, obviously that would take a little longer, but you could do 15-minute walk. You know, if you can only do it at lunchtime on your break, do it then. It's really important to have all four of these things in place to offer relief from anxiety, from stress, from anything that's on your mind. It will lower the stress level of your body. It will connect you with your higher self, and it will allow you to step into the flow of life. So I hope these tips are helpful for you. So I'm going to take a few callers today, and the first person I'm going to speak with today is Alyssa in Sacramento, Kentucky. Alyssa, hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, I guess.
Good? Okay. Well, good. Welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. Alyssa, what can I help you with today? What's your question?
I'm just wondering if my husband will take me back, let me come back home, either now or for Christmas.
So, Alyssa, have you been in conversation with him? Have you talked to him?
Yeah, he calls me babe every now and then, still tells me he loves me every now and then, asks me what I want for Christmas, stuff like that, but he doesn't give me a definite answer on when I get to come back home, and I just want to know when he's going to or if he is.
And are you feeling guilty about something, Alyssa?
I've hung out with a few men, but I mean, I've felt guilty about it, but I mean.
Okay, so the separation for you has been over 6 months?
It's been since August, the middle of August this year.
August, September, October, November, December, so 4 months, so about 6 months. And okay, so what I need you to do, Alyssa, is you need to decide right now that if this is what you want to do, you get to do it, okay? And you're putting all your power and all of your decision-making into the hands of somebody else, okay? Now, your husband and you may have had a disagreement about something, and that does happen. However, you are married, right? This is a marriage.
Yes.
So this marriage means you have, need to have balance in your relationship, which means you need to talk about what you are feeling, okay, and where you want to be. Have you told him you want to be back home?
Yes, many times.
Okay. Many times. Okay, good. And his response is sort of iffy to you, like he says, yes, no, okay. So what I need you to do then is set a date where you're going to know either way if you're going to go back home or not. So have you set a date where you said to him, I need to be back home by December 25th, for example, Christmas? Have you said that to him?
No, I had not said that to him because he doesn't do ultimatums. He would get very angry with me.
Angry with you. Okay. Well, this anger to me feels like there's something unresolved between the two of you, and that's not discussed, that hasn't been talked about, that needs to be brought up. It also sounds like you could actually use someone, like a third party, like someone who's not someone you know, who might be able to be objective about it, to sit down and talk to you too. It doesn't have to be a counselor, but it would be nice if you could have someone who you both respect sit down and sort of be a mediator between the two of you. Is that possible to find someone like that?
It's possible, but my husband doesn't like to bring our relationship up to other people. So that's kind of out of the question most times.
I see. So what I'm hearing you say is that he has all the control.
Basically.
And so with this, have you looked at this separation as an opportunity or as something that is negative? Negative. Okay. So if it's negative and that's all you see it as, you're going to keep getting more negative things in your life from him. Did you think, or have you thought about looking at it from a different view? Looking at it is, this is an opportunity for you to release what doesn't serve you. Right now, it looks like you'd be going back into an angry person's home who doesn't really support you and give you the love that you deserve. Does that sound right? Do you want to go back to an angry person's home? Why do you feel?
I want it to be better.
Well, yeah, you want it to be better. Do you feel like he's suddenly going to change overnight?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know with him.
Right. There's a lot of unpredictability with him. And because he's so unpredictable, he keeps you on the fence. And that's where he wants to keep you. It feels like he's not willing to allow you back into your home with him. If that's the case, if someone doesn't want you, do you really want to be with them? Ask yourself that hard question. I know it's not something that you really want to hear, but sometimes we have to really decide who to let into our life. Now, if you allow him to continue to treat this way, I don't feel like my guides are saying he's not going to change. He's not going to change how he's treating you. He's going to keep you on the fence because that's where he wants you. Do you understand that? He wants you on the fence. He's not
going to let me back home, is he?
It doesn't feel like that way to me. It feels like he wants to keep you on the fence. He wants to keep you under his control, but still not completely free you. Do you understand that? He doesn't want to completely let you go. And that is you letting him have power over you, okay? And maybe he did have power over you while you've been married, and maybe that's been the circumstance, but it doesn't have to be that way forever. Okay, so you get to decide if you're going to change and go your own way, or you're going to continue this power struggle with him. Because honestly, Alyssa, I don't see it changing for him and how he treats you and allowing you back into your home. And I'm so sorry to tell you that, but it feels very, there's a lot of pushback from him. There's a lot of resistance from him. And it's you're not honoring yourself. Love yourself enough to recognize that you need to set a date when you're going to decide it's him or someone else, okay? It's him or you giving yourself the honor and the path out, okay? I'm so sorry to tell you that, but I really don't see this changing, okay?
So
Alyssa,
if I go back home, he's still going to be the same.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
do you see him even let me come back home at all?
I feel like it would only be temporary. I don't feel like it would be a permanent situation. I feel like there's a possibility in the springtime that he would allow you back in, but I don't feel like it's going to go back to the same way you had before. Which I know is sad because we don't like to let go of things that have been sort of comfortable. But sometimes we have to in order to grow, right? And sometimes we have to do that for the benefit of not just us, but our children, our family, etc. So I'm not seeing this happen, and I'm very sorry to tell you. Okay?
All right.
I'm so sorry. All right? Please know that you deserve the best. And if he's not going to give it to you, you will find someone who can. Okay? Consider that there's someone else out there for you, and it's not him. All right? Look at him as giving you an opportunity to find that person. All right, Alyssa?
Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you, Alyssa. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Okay. Tiffany in Delavan, Illinois. Hi.
Hi.
How are you today?
I've seen better days.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Tiffany, tell me what's going on.
I'm going through a financial situation right now. Also, too, I've been dealing with somebody off and on for 14 years, and I really don't know where it's heading. And I would like if something in the future can let me know if I need to keep going or let that go.
Okay. And
it's been going on for too long, too.
Okay. So, all right. So repeat to me what's been happening for 14 years. What were you letting go or deciding?
I need to know if I need to decide to let it go or not. It's a relationship that I had for 14 years.
Your relationship, but it's also financially connected. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I haven't. Separate from that, I have financial problems right now.
Okay. All right. So let me see. I feel like, first of all, I feel like you have an inner voice that you're not paying attention to. I feel like you're pretty intuitive, actually. Would you understand that?
Explain that a little bit to me.
Yeah, it feels like you're intuitive and you're not really allowing that intuitive information, which is our higher guidance, to come through and to guide you. And so when that higher guidance is not in place, we kind of react to our circumstances versus moving forward with intent and purpose. Okay? I feel like there is, with your relationship, it feels like there's a large imbalance there. And it feels like you really need to decide and get off the fence, because what you're doing is, I feel like you've been debating this for quite some time. Like in your heart, you know there's something not quite right for yourself, or how you get to move through life, what makes you happy. It feels like you've been debating this and been on this fence for a long time. I feel like when you reach 16 years, okay, and I know this is going out a couple years, but I feel like at 16 years, that's when it's going to be completed. That's what I feel. There will be completion in 16 years. Now, to me, that means there's going to be this decision you can make at that time where all of the energy, all of the power, everything you put into this will either just dissolve and you'll go your separate ways, or you will decide to put up with it and leave it and stay with it. All right? I don't know what's going on in 16 years total. That would be 2 more years from now. But I feel like at 16 years, that's where it's going to go away. It will be a point in your life where it's like we have these points in our life where there are milestones where we can, on our soul path, we can walk on our soul path, and like it's like a highway, and we get off at exits, okay, and take another turn. Or we can decide, because we have free will, to stay on that same highway and keep doing things the old way. In 2 more years,
it's like I always feel like a rebound, and everything I wanted always was given to other females.
Right.
And it's like some things that he has taken from me that had made me feel less of a woman to myself.
Yeah. You know what I think also, in 2 more years from now, it's going to be so painful and it's going to be so apparent that you need to stop what you're doing. You need to change directions. And, I don't know how that's going to look at that time, but it's going to be very obvious to you that that's the direction you need to go to move on. Now, knowing this allows you to get your house in order, meaning decide, get your ducks in a row. If you were to leave at that time, in 2 years, if you were to leave, then you could prepare and decide how to take care of yourself the best, financially, physically, emotionally, spiritually, in all those ways. Okay? So if you're going to decide that, you need to act on it. You need to see into the future how you want your life to look. All right? What's it going to look like?
Because my biggest thing is to move away from here. That's funny you said that.
You need to definitely see how that will look. This is the thing. so many people feel like we don't have our own power, like we have no control over the circumstance or the situation, but we really do. It's a lot of times we are picking up on other people's energy and they kind of manipulate us. You know, they manipulate us into believing this and believing one way when you know in your heart it's really not, but you allow that. And it's not a bad thing, and it's not anything that you should beat yourself up over. But it's also deciding where you draw the line. What do you put up with? You know, where are you going to stop? Where are you going to stop for yourself? Where are you going to give yourself the love and support that you deserve? If you move on, I'm telling you there's someone else for you, and it's not doing you any favors to stay. All right? Decide, you're talking about moving away, decide how that's going to look. Visualize how you would see yourself in a year or 2 years. It may come faster if you work on it now. So understand that if you decide that you want to see yourself in a loving, mutually beneficial, supportive relationship, put it out there that that's how it's going to be for you. And start seeing yourself. And how do you feel when you're in that relationship? How does it look? How does it feel? Do the same thing for your finances. If you're feeling like your finances and your money situation and your job or however that's all connected is not supporting you, how does it get to be for you? Start setting intentions. Start deciding how it's going to get to go for you. You have more power than you realize. I feel like you sell yourself short. Does that sound right? Because start deciding how things are going to get to go for you, because my dear, you have the power. Okay? I really, really do wish you all the best. I'm sorry I don't have any more time right now, but I do want to let you know, if you have any questions, message me on my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy. I am going to be starting up a Facebook group in 2020 helping people with situations like this. Okay? Tiffany, thank you so much. I wish you all the best.
You're welcome.
Stay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So we had a couple questions today about relationships, and you know what I heard is that I hear people who aren't claiming their power. And that's nothing to be ashamed about, and I'm not beating anyone up for it, because I've been there, I've done that, not claim my own power. But I will tell you this, you can do it, and I will teach you how, and I'm going to start doing that in 2020. So pay attention and listen for details surrounding that opportunity for everybody, okay? Thank you so much for joining me today on my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. I hope everyone has a great day. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona, Persian Medium I Am Power, and you are guys listening to A1R Radio Network and Avid Advice Show. So before I take any callers, let's talk about a couple things. Number one, I received tons of emails, and also you guys DM me on my Instagram that I do date some guy for almost 6 months. I do date somebody for almost 1 year. And every time when I'm trying to communicate with him about our future, every time when I'm trying to ask him about where are we, do we have any future together, then he's going to act as, what are you talking about? You know, let's just talk later. You know, I'm kind of tired. And you know what? It's too early. You know, I have to financially be independent. I do have a plan financially. I can't give you the ring right now, and this and that. So your question was about, was almost 450 questions, exactly the same. That do you really think, Fiona, this guy is serious or not? Number one, if you and him together, and somehow, almost after 6 months, not even one single time, when you're trying to talk about future, he's not reacting to it, or he's still kind of like, well, let's talk later, that is super fishy. That means that this guy just wants to have fun with you and is still looking for another girl to just have fun, or having maybe better brunette dresser somewhere else. And also could be that this person really loves you and really wants to be with you, but at the same time, he may have some finance trouble and finance issues, which he really wants to get rid of it. Well, you have to judge by yourself. Number one, if he always answering your phone and texts you, even when he's busy, that means he's real. When he's around you and really want to help you, when you ask him for something and he's there and he kind of like calling you a couple times because you got cold, you had some bad day at your work, and then like you're texting him, he says, oh my God, my boss was this and that, and he kind of like texting you 3-4 times, even when he had a lot to do at his own work, that means that he's real. But if he just calling you when he wants, when he asks for, when he need you, or when he would love to have or take you to the dinner, or a movie, or to, you know, take you in bed or whatever, having sex with you, that means that this guy is definitely a user, would love to spend time with you because he feels lonely, and directly when he finds someone better, he will dump you like a hot potato and say, bye-bye, move on. We do not good for each other, and thank you so much. So this is the big warning for each of you. After 6 months, if the guy still says, I don't know, but I want, and maybe I'm not ready for a relationship, means that this guy never been ready for a relationship and wants to just have fun. So don't dream and don't try to be in some sort of fake connection with your own soul and lie to yourself that everything is going to be all right. So basically, if this guy never spent time with you when you wanted him to do, and he never ever called you back when he saw the missed call from you, that means that this guy doesn't care about you as a person. He would love to be with you just because he wants to take you for the dinner, have somebody to sitting in front of him and eat dinner together with as well, go to a movie and not going alone, and at the same time, having fun in bed. So why not? We can actually meet each other 1 time or 2 times a week and have fun with each other. So this is super important for you guys to not fall into people who, or especially guys that trying to just use, abuse, and then dump you and then say goodbye. So get out from the relationship right now. If you have any sort that he ignoring, he never cares about, and he always asks you for something. And if you are not giving something that he wants, then he will stop calling, communicating, texting, just because you are not listening to him, what he wants. So basically, life and relationship is all about give and receive. If you are giving and you are not receiving, then goodbye that relationship. And if you feel that, oh my God, I can't do it, Fiona, I'm so in love with him, stop it right away. You know why? There is no such thing as a love that you can get out. It's a neediness. You are super needy, and you have to find why you are needy at going after people who are especially staying in an abusive relationship that you know that this guy would never take you anywhere. So my advice to all of you, get up, don't be needy, and just stop saying, I am in love. You are not in love. You're just needy. You're scared to be alone. You're scared to not finding any other guy or new guy. That's why you can't handle if this guy is going to go away. That's why you said yes to all things that he said. That's why he will absolutely use and abuse you in many situations to get what he wants. So remember that if someone loves you, will do everything to make you happy. If someone really loves you, will absolutely go to the moon and come back and give you anything and everything you desire for. If someone really loves you, will always make a time. If your boyfriend says, I don't have time, I can't do it this week, I don't have time, I have my mom to do, I have my dad to do, that's a red flag, big, 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 big red flags. So that means it's not good. So back to studio, I want to talk about also Consciousness Life Expo 2019 in LA. I'm representing Avid Advice. I heard that there's a lot of people coming. It's all about energy, metaphysical, quantum, spiritualities, mediumship, psychic. Oh my God, God knows. A to Z. So that's why for those who really want to come around those, object and subject in their life, like when it comes to spiritualities, stones, crystals, healings, Reiki, any type of things that is had to do with the unknown energies, then come to Consciousness Life Expo 2019. And we are there. Avid Advice is there. And I'm representing actually A1R radio network as well. So we're definitely going to have a show. I will show you guys exactly what's going on. I heard that every 1 hour and every 2 hours is almost 5,000 to 10,000 people coming and visiting, which is really fantastic. So if you're interested, then you are very welcome to come. And for more information about it, go to avidadvice.com or ParisianMedium.com or DM me on my Instagram. So sorry, sometimes when you guys DM me on my Instagram, I may not answer you right away just because I have a lot of people who DM me, but I have to say I would love to. I am going to answer you guys when I have time. So back to studio. Let's see that if you have any callers. That sounds like still not. And let's just continue and talk about dating. Okay, let's see. I have a caller right now. 1 second. Hello, Bridget. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I am doing fantastic to hear your beautiful voice and hear exactly what's going on. So, Bridget, give me your date of birth first, sweetheart, and then tell me about what you have in your mind and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
Yes, ma'am. My date of birth is December the 7th, 1963.
Mm-hmm. I got it.
And my question is, I am right now in the season looking for money. And other than my job, because I'm bare, things are bare. I'm barely above the water breathing. And I'm looking for some money because I'm doing some things. And I'm wondering, is it going to be a positive outlook or do I have to fight harder?
As far as I'm concerned, because directly when I open your Pentagon, two things come actually to my mind. Before even you telling me that you are really looking for money, two things come to my mind directly psychically. Number one, some good news coming around almost by the end of this month or the beginning of March. So basically, in between the 27th of February until the March 13 or March 17, you are going to receive a good news that will change your finance from A to Z. So basically, what you are doing right now, you are in a good path. You are in a good way, with good directions. Continue, and the good news would actually occur almost at the end of this month. So basically, answer to your question is yes.
Thank you, Jesus. Oof.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That made my day. And
it's amazing. I love the way that you take a risk, because normally you always be careful, and that's why you're getting tired to be careful. Because when you're always being careful, you kind of feel like, oh, I lost there and I lost this. Now it sounds like you're just like, you know what? I would love to. I am going to. Nothing will stop me. That's it. Get it done. And that's what I love about that type of attitude. And I wanted you to continue to have that attitude all the time and not just temporary.
I appreciate that, because that's what I'm fighting for.
No fears, sweetheart. If something happened before in the past, who cares? A lot of things can happen in the past, and we know already about it as well. But what I really feel good, and I sense you, and I really hear you right now, you went through a lot of pain. You went through a lot of craziness, and you also feel betrayed. You also feel left over. You also feel lonely. But remember, that is all temporary right now. So what you are doing right now, sweetheart, is super fantastic. I don't know what to say, but I'm super proud of you. I do. And I think that you are in a good path. You are in a good relationship with yourself, your own feelings, that I wanted you to continue to be fantastic as you are today. And don't give up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I love you.
Thank you.
It wasn't meant to make you to full cry, but sometimes crying is good, because it makes us to release and get rid of all emotional feelings and feeling good about ourselves. So I'm happy that there's coming out, and I'm happy that you found yourself right now, about your own dignities, connections, and everything. I'm super blessed and super happy to have you today on my radio show, because I kind of feel that you really pray to God, and you trying to attract good things to yourself, because you're getting tired to be around people who lie to you all the time, who betrayed you, and they use you all the time. And now is your time to really lay back and relax and get what you want. So I'm super happy that you come to my radio show today. And for further information, Bridget, you can actually sign up on Avid Advice if you ever want to talk to me, or if you have anything in your mind to share. So you can go to Avid Advice, sign up, and I'm there for you if you have any questions, anything that you would love. So I'm going to be there for you. So what else? If I'm going to ask you, Bridget, something that kind of, let's say that I'm God. I'm calming down right now. I'm not, but let's say that we pretended. If I'm going to ask you that I'm here to try to give you the best ever answer to one of your burning questions, what will be that question? What do you want to know?
Is my husband faithful to me? Because I don't feel he's faithful.
You don't feel that he's faithful, correct? You don't feel that he's cheating. You feel that he may cheating, or he may have some fishy things behind, correct?
Yeah, because of the way he treats me.
Well, let me give you the good news, Bridget. He is not cheating on you, but he's super depressed. And he's the guy that never talk about his emotional feelings. He's the guy that always trying to hide his pain and even his happiness inside. And that's why you feel that when he's not happy, he withdraw himself so badly. And that's why you feel that you are not even count as a woman or wife anymore, which is not true. He's not cheating, because I can't see any kind of touchy sexual connection, or somehow picking up something that actually on the phone and trying to kind of like taking care of her, go there, pick up her, doing something with her, or kind of like having some secret lover. None of those vibes, thank God, is coming to me. The only vibes that I'm getting from him, he's lost, he's depressed, and he lost his dignity. I don't know why he lost his dignity. It may be because something had happened to his job, maybe to his body, maybe something that he actually not feeling the same way as he was before. So that's why he has nothing to offer. The reason that you are not feeling good, it's not because he's cheating. It's because he's lost, he's depressed, and he doesn't know how to get out from the situation. And he's not even talking or communicating with you and asking you questions like, honey, are you all right? Should we just talk to each other about things? And I think the miscommunication between you guys and not opening up towards each other that make all those misunderstandings come behind and behind. But he's not a cheater. He's just, sorry about my language, but he's just stupid to not opening up and telling you the truth about his own feelings. But he's not a cheater for sure.
Wow. You hit him on the nose too. He doesn't really talk at all.
Also, yeah. No, but he's quiet. I mean, some men talking and communicating all the time when they do not feel good. Some men, they kind of get completely quiet, not communicating, shut the door completely, and just like, be and acting like nobody, like a zombie. So it depends that what type is he? And the type that I can see on your husband is about someone that always wants to withdraw himself when he's not feeling happy. When he's not feeling healthy, when he's not feeling satisfied with himself, he always backing off, get quiet, holding himself in, and trying to shut the door and not allowing anybody to get close to him or knowing what's going on.
Wow. Yes, that's true.
So he's not a cheater.
Wow. I think you almost described him to a T.
Fantastic. I'm super blessed. I'm super blessed. I'm super happy that we could actually, disclose these things to you because I know it's very hard as a married woman. It's very hard to feel that your husband is not faithful or not there for you. And then every time when you want to reach out, he's trying to reject you in some point. But would I feel his rejection towards you, it's not about to hate you or you're not attractive enough or you're not for me or this and that. It's about his own insecurities and limitation. It's about not having enough confidence. It's about the dignity being gone. It's about that he's acting like a zombie right now and he's not acting like a human anymore. So that's why you are not knowing the new him right now. It became worse because he just stopped talking to everyone and then now he became more lonely. What I want to suggest to you, babe, number one, remove and shake it and brush it off on your subconscious, on your mind, on your heart that this man is a cheater, which he's not. Number two, I wanted you to slowly, but very shortly, getting closer to him. Don't just jump in tomorrow or today and just like next week and, oh, my love, I feel that you're depressed. You need me. Don't do like that. Just like very slowly and shortly. Try to understand what he has as a problem. Talk to him. Communication is a key to understand why he's quiet. The first week, he may not going to open up to you at all. He's just going to act like, type of is not your business, I'm fine, don't bother. And the second week could be also the same way, that you feel also rejected. But if you really want to save your marriage and save your relationship, continue to the third week. And through the third week, I promise you, he will open up and he will talk to you about his own issues and his own problem. I know, Bridget, your guy is going to really walk and continue to have a relationship which is going to be based on health, wealth, and prosperity. I know that you've both been through a lot of pain and not so many months ago, and that's why everything is kind of fresh, and especially for you, because I know that you are very responsible and being very responsible, stay very responsible, and that's why all I wanted you to do is just stop it. I mean, say no. You have to kind of like teach as well to say no to people, and you should not always, sacrifice yourself just because of others, okay? So make sure that you came first as well. Make sure that you do love yourself first before anybody else.
Thank you. Thank you. Very sound wisdom. I truly am grateful and blessed for the information you gave me.
No, really, my love, I'm happy. I think that everything happened of some reason actually you come to our radio show, and I'm so grateful and thankful for A1R, because if A1R wasn't exist, you guys couldn't really find me, and I couldn't find you guys to having this beautiful, magical conversation that you could at least understand that all the feeling it thought you may actually had about your husband, it was not correct, and he's not a cheater. And then also understand about like things that you are really, really put your energies and everything on will go exactly the way as you wish and desire for. And at the same time, you have everything under control. So I'm so blessed and I'm so happy. Thank you so much, A1R, to be you, to bring those beautiful angels to me and letting me to share my gift with them. I am so thankful. I'm so grateful for A1R. I've been with A1R, honey, for so many years. I would say that I would never, ever leave them because they're like my family. That's why, because they're working with their heart. And I'm super blessed and super happy that today you come to our channel, and I'm super blessed to tell you that everything for you in your life from now on will exactly be as you wish and desire for. I think all the pain is almost gone. All the dark situation that you've been through maybe about a couple months ago is almost gone. So now the light, the shine, the sun, the energies, the power, the light, and the love is absolutely on your way. So cheers to that, sweetie, and don't concern.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank them as well, because I'm the real thing. This is not made up, and everything that you told and shared with me was the 100% truth. I thank them for connecting, because this weighed so heavy on me. I really appreciate them in the radio show. This is my first time ever. And most of the time, I don't believe psychics. I don't believe people with these gifts because they only always ask, give me money, give me money, give me more money. No, you need to do this with money. And you just poured out.
Bad.
You poured out the truth.
I'm happy. I'm happy that you brought up. Before we cut off, I want to tell you, Bridget, please don't listen to people who actually come after you and says, if you are not paying me money, then the curse is going to come after. The negative energy is after. And you're not there. Please don't listen to those things. It's not real. None of things that has a black magic, doing kind of the black magic and stuff, if they are not real, it's not real. Negative energies is real. But if you're thinking about it, if you think negatively, the negative energies will come to you. It has nothing to do with black magic. It has nothing to do with all the BS that they're trying to tell people to go after their money and their account. Please don't even pay them. And please don't even listen to them. When I'm actually working with officers, when I'm working with lawyers, insurance companies, when I'm working with individual, actually private investigators to finding missing people, I can really tap into my gift. And I'm so grateful for that thank God that you gave me the gift that I can really sense people and feel and helping people and family to get some foreclosure for their problem. So, yeah, but I wanted you to also be aware, Bridget. People who are out there, I mean, I do respect for each of spiritual people. Is not, don't get me wrong, that they are bad people. No, but there is people who actually looking for money. They do not have any spirituality. They do not have any abilities. If people sending you tons of free minutes and ask you to call me back, or you know what, come here, I see something, and come after you and drag you for money, that means that they are not real. They're just looking for your account. They're just looking for your money. But if you want to talk to that person by yourself, your energy is telling you that this person is the right things. The reason that me and you talking today on the radio show on A1R, because, and this is your first time, is just because I have to relieve and release you from something that holds you inside and making you to feel nuts. And that's why I have to really tell you something that is completely true, because I don't want you to be in a shadow. I don't want you to be in a negative and dark energies. Why? Because you are a wise woman. You are a fantastic woman. You have a golden heart. You did everything what goes from your power whole your life to helping others. And you've always been there for people. But what I feel good about that happened today, at least you found that your husband is not a cheater. Because I know it's hard when you can't really figure out. And when you're calling maybe a couple psychics and they kind of telling you that, oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, he does. Oh, I see some blondie. Oh, I see some brunette. Oh, I see that someone is tall. I see that someone is short. Oh, there's a chubby. There's a shorter. And you know what? and not make you to feel completely nuts and feel like, okay, I have to maybe call and see the psychic again. I have to talk to him, like if this woman is still actually in his life, and then they come with all these stories about. All I have to say to even my other psychics and my people, my colleagues, please telling the truth to people. Telling the truth to people. Don't try to lie and trying to hold them into lie to make them to pay you more. Because, you know, I always say this way, Bridget, quality bring quantity. And marketing has to be always the word of mouth. Word of mouth. A psychic, a real medium doesn't need any marketing. Doesn't need to scream about herself or himself. It's enough that be correct. It's enough that always be faithful and grateful and helping actually customers the way that they can with their own gift. So quality bring quantity, and also when the gift is real, the word of mouth would bring 1 million of people to your life.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, I'm loving this. Guys, this is real. She is real. They put me with real. This is real. It's not phony. It's real.
I love you so much.
100%. Thank you.
Thank you, baby. I love you. And would be a very like the honor that you sign up on Avid Advice. If you ever wanted me, just send me an email through Avid, or send me an email through my Instagram. If you have Instagram, my Instagram is Persian Medium. And also you can go to and email me persianmedium@gmail.com. If anytime you need me, Bridget, I love your energies. I love your personalities. And I love how light and true and how awesome you are as a person.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Amanda Hall Psych
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Amanda Hall Psychic here on A1R Psychic Radio, here on Moonstruck TV. It's a magical time of the year as we head towards Christmas, but let's sort of get a few other things out of the road before we really kick the show off. It's been a tragic week around the world, particularly with the earthquake and the loss of life we've had in New Zealand at Mountain White, I think it was, in the last couple of days. And look, our hearts go out to those families that have lost people and people that are still missing and uncertain of what the future brings with that. We really do sympathise and empathise with those families, and probably even more so as we head towards Christmas. Here in Australia, for those of you that have been following our news here, we're into I think it's probably our 6th or 7th week of massive bushfires around the country. It is getting quite critical here now. You know, there's so many fires around Australia burning in a massive amount, over 100 fires at the last count, and doesn't seem to be any end in sight. So please spare a thought for those that are battling the bushfires, for those people that have lost their homes. Luckily, so far, we've only had a couple of losses of life. You know, any loss of life is too many. But, you know, our hearts and our prayers do go out for them. And it's interesting because lots of people that I've been speaking to during the week say to me, oh, I'm praying for rain, I'm praying for rain. But one of my Indigenous friends said to me the other day, I wish everybody'd stop praying for rain. And I sort of was a bit taken back by that. And he said, you know what happened last time everybody prayed for rain? He said, we had that much that we had floods and people drowned and lost property in the floods. He said, let's just let nature take its course. It will rain. You know, we don't know when, but it will rain. And, you know, we just want it to be normal, natural sort of weather events, not, you know, let's stop sort of creating things that aren't mad, you know, that are man-made, and sort of praying for things that maybe is going to bring a little bit too much and a little bit too much in the excesses. So let's move the show along to Christmas now, because I think it's a very magical time of the year, and it's a time of the year where I think we should all really understand the essence of Christmas. It's not always about the gifts that you receive or the things under the Christmas tree. I think it's more about being kind to each other and enjoying the time with people that we mightn't have had a lot of time to catch up with during the year. It's a magical time of the year in that way, that I think it's a time to be sort of positive, to be thankful, to look forward to what we've got coming up in our lives, and to just be grateful, I think, that we're alive and breathing and that we're all still relatively healthy. You know, as we get older, we all have a few more aches and pains and creaks, and the body doesn't cooperate quite the way it did when you're in your early 20s. But that's okay. We're still here and we're still got something positive to contribute to this amazing planet of ours. So this week I want to feature the Secrets of Tarot card of the week, which is the Devil. Now, I know a lot of you are going to say, oh, Amanda, this is a really negative card to have coming out at this very positive, festive time of the year. It can be negative, but it can also be the opportunity to remove things from our lives that aren't so positive, like jealousy and trouble. Now, many of us have that throughout our lives, whether it's our professional lives, from our family and friends, or just people that we work with or are close to, quite often are jealous of our achievements. So this is the opportunity to remove that from our lives, jealousy or trouble, able to break the chains that have been holding you back or binding you. Now, this is a really important concept, because many of us put restrictions or limitations on ourselves and say, oh, I can't do this because of that, or this can't happen because of this. Instead of turning around and trying to find a positive way of saying, okay, I haven't got a solution at this moment, but I'm working on it. I'm not going to be chained to the situation. I'm not going to allow it to dominate me and control the direction of my life. I still have choices. I just haven't found the best solution yet. So I actually see this card as being very positive. And, you know, if you look very closely at the card, you'll see the chains are very loosely around their neck. They're not actually holding them. They could actually slip it off over their neck and be done with the chain. So that's why I look at it as, you know, we are able to break the chains or remove the chains that are holding us back. So in lots of ways, the Devil card is a positive card to come out because it's telling us that we can remove anything negative that has been holding us back or any restrictions that are in our lives. So I'm going to say to you that's a very positive card. So the card that we're featuring is from the Secrets of Tarot set. This was the original Secrets of Tarot that came out a couple of years ago. This is our first one. We have 2 out in the marketplace. So if you need one, why don't you head to my website, www.amandahallpsychic.com.au, and you'll find them all there. So I want to now quickly go to our little trip around the universe. Now, before we get into too much, we need to talk about the full moon in Sagittarius. The full moon's not in Sagittarius. The sun's in Sagittarius. So that means the full moon is actually in Gemini. Now, it's going to be December 12th, no matter where you are in the world, is when the full moon is at its fullest. And it's going to go for 2 days. So you're going to need to be aware from any time now, and I think anything from now on in, be aware that your emotions might be all over the place. You might be a little bit emotional. You might be sort of a bit scattered in the things that you're thinking about. And it seems to be a time, if you understand the Gemini energy is the click of the fingers and changing our mind very quickly. It's asking us to be flexible. So when the full moon is in Gemini, it's asking us to be flexible with our emotions, with our thought patterns, and probably more importantly with the people around us as we head into this very busy time of the year. And a lot of you are attending parties and functions and shopping and out and about and running around like a lunatic. And it's sort of time to sort of just stop, breathe, consider the people around you, and don't be in a bad temper if something doesn't quite go your way when you first wanted to. For many of us, it's a time when we peel off lots of emotions. We go through and say, flick, 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 flick. We don't need that anymore. And it's a time we have an emotional clear out. So I actually think it's a very positive time to have a full moon in Gemini. Now, the other planetary configurations that are really influencing each and every one of us at the moment is we have a plethora of planets sitting in Capricorn. But the 3 that I really want to focus on besides Jupiter is the fact that we have Venus, Saturn and Pluto all holding hands or conjunct together in Capricorn. So what this is asking us to do is to make sure the things that we are passionate about, the things that we love, the things that put a smile on our face are really what we want them to be. Let's be very careful that when we start to talk about things, whether it's climate change or whether it's that new outfit or that new present we want for Christmas, that we really have thought this through, that this is something that we really are passionate about, something that's going to enhance our lives or make us feel better. Because at the moment there seems to be a lot of controversy out there, particularly when we look at world events of all the catastrophic things that are happening, weather events around the world. Some people are blaming it on climate change. Other people are saying, don't be so silly. And everybody seems to be pointing the finger at everybody else. But nobody's really trying to find solutions. Now, I think that's the important thing here. Yes, it's great to be passionate about things and to have a very strong or firm stand on something, but we need to also get up off the couch and do something about it and make our voices heard. And, you know, if you're really passionate about that, you believe that climate change is causing all these weather events, then write to your local politician and say, hey, listen to me, this is what I think. What are you going to do about it? We all need to collectively, as a group of people, start to get together, get some class actions together. You know, one little voice holding hands with another little voice and another little voice and another little voice is what makes changes in the world. So, you know, I'm a firm believer in climate change, and I truly do believe that a lot of the tragic weather events that are happening around the world are a direct link to that. And not just because I believe in that, but I also believe in it from an astrological point of view, because I also am aware of where the planets are. And I know we have the planet Uranus sitting in Taurus at the moment, going retrograde or backwards. Now, Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, sitting in an earth sign. So it's saying I'm creating havoc with the earth. And with that making aspects back to the stuff in Capricorn, it's saying it's time now that we all have to work together to find solutions. And we have to find solutions on a global level, we have to transform. We have to look at the old ways of doing things are not working anymore, and we have to find new solutions moving forward. So on a very logical, practical, astrological level, I can see why the globe is in such a state. And this comes right across the board to all the political arenas and, you know, politicians ignoring things and sort of going about things in their own way as if they haven't got, you know, they're not switching on and listening to what the public's saying because they're so far removed from real reality. So these sort of things are going to come back to bite them. So it doesn't matter where you live in the world, who you vote for. I think everybody has an important opinion on this at the moment, and we need to be able to put our message across and stand up and be counted on these things. So we're going to quickly sort of talk about the candles of the week. So I've pulled out the Sagittarian candle because it is the Sagittarian or the Christmas time of the year. And I think it's a very important time of the year that we need to sort of acknowledge that and bring in some positivity. For those of you that work with the full moon candle, yes, we would have been burning our full moon candle now for a couple of days. I always like to work with 3 days on the approach before the full moon. So we're already 1 day into that. We're into the second day of the 3-day approach of the full moon. Then I burn it for 2 days for the full moon and then 3 days on the departure. So I'm going to say to you, we've still got another 5 or 6 days. There's of burning the full moon candle, of releasing anything that we no longer want in our lives. So maybe we might release a few politicians while we're having our little full moon ceremony this year. That might be a great idea, mightn't it? Okay, so for those of you that might want a gift box that you see here, I've made it up with a full moon candle. I've made it up with a fire sign candle and a passion candle, just to show you that you can choose any candles from our 28 now range and to be able to make up a box that uniquely suits you. They're wonderful little candles. They burn for about 15 hours. I quite often work with these, you know, in my limited space that I have, even though I have candles everywhere. But I like to sort of burn, you know, a full moon candle and the energy of the full moon or the new moon at the same time. And quite often these are the ones that I burn. Because they are so small, I can make it that I use just one of these little mini candles for the duration of the 7 days of the full moon. And then I'm able to sort of, you know, say, well, that candle's finished and I've just absorbed that energy for that month. So anyway, we're going to sort of head now and take our first caller. And it's Kiana in Campsie in Quaker City in Ohio. Are you there, Kiana?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a question for me, sweetheart?
I would just like to know, like, what my situation with my baby's father, how that's going to turn out.
Okay, so you want to know about your baby's father, whether there's going to be any sort of change in the connection there?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you share with me your first name, sweetie? Is it Campsie, is it?
Campsie.
Okay, sweetheart. All right, just so that I'm tuning into the right person. It's really interesting, the energy that they're sharing with me about your baby's father is because I don't know that he's emotionally ready to step up to the plate yet. Is that what you've been finding, that sort of, you know, 1 minute he's there and then the next minute he's sort of disappeared again? He's sort of not living up to what he told you yesterday, and sort of, you know, this leaves you very confused at what role he's going to play, or is he going to be a part of your life? Is that how you're finding it, sweetie?
Yeah.
Darling, look, I want to sort of say to you, cut him a bit of slack, but at the same time I want to get him and give him a good shake, because you know, you can't be expected to do all this by yourself. I mean, he's either got to turn around and make up his mind and say, okay, look, I'm fully committed. I'll do the very best that I can. You know, we'll work together on this, or sort of say, look, I'm sorry, I can't do this, and get right out of the road. He can't have a foot in each camp, because that's not helping you be strong. Would it be fair to say that he could be frightened about all this, sort of overwhelmed with the responsibility?
Yeah.
Yeah, but so were you to a certain point, but you can't just sort of hand the baby over to someone else and say, oh, well, I can't do this, it's all too hard.
Yeah.
I know you might, you know, we all think that at some stage or another. I mean, being a new mum is a very overwhelming experience, even if you have all the support under the sun. But, you know, the fact that you've got a baby daddy here that sort of one minute he's there and he's fully supportive and the next minute he's sort of like he's disappeared again is not helping the situation. Darling, can I suggest to you that maybe you sort of focus on yourself and the baby, and that way then he mightn't feel as if he's being so pressurised to step up to the plate, that then he might then start to sort of gradually come back in a stronger way and a more deliberate way because he feels the pressures off. I know it's going to be hard, and I know I'm asking a lot of you, but I know you're strong enough to do it, sweetheart. And I feel by doing this, I think we can turn this situation around. As hard as it is, and as much as you sort of want to yell and scream at him and say, why aren't you here to help me? I think if you can sort of turn around and sort of be a little bit aloof and sort of almost in a sense push him away, you know, like you're not sharing anything with him unless he asks, that might then be the one thing that's going, oh, I don't want that. I want my baby. You know, why is she pushing me away? You know, sort of like he'll start to sort of realise that, hang on a minute, I do have some ownership of this baby and I really want to be a part of the baby's life. Look, I do feel longer term wise, I do think the two of you will find a way forward with this. I'm just not sure that it's going to be a family unit, though. I'm not sure that you and him are going to find the love that you were hoping for. So would that be a fair comment that, you know, this hasn't been the greatest romance on the planet?
Yeah.
Yeah. But, darling, I think you've got to accept that now. Sometimes we're put together for whatever reason to make a most beautiful little soul and bring them into the world, and that's sort of all the relationship's meant to be. And I think if you can look at it on that level, you will then find more peace in your heart, and you'll find then you'll be able to overcome and overlook the baby daddy's shortcomings a bit more, because you're not expecting him to all of a sudden miraculously be the person that he should be. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'll be able to put it into context. And I feel in time, open yourself up to sort of finding somebody who truly is your rightful match. I don't think it's the baby daddy. Anyway, sweetie, I hope that's helped you, Campsie, and I wish you a very, very Merry Christmas, sweetheart. Now, we're going to go to Lonnie in Thief River Falls in Minnesota. Are you there, Lonnie?
Hi.
Hi, sweetheart. Do you have a question for me?
I don't know what kind of questions I guess I'm allowed to ask.
Well, there must be something that's going on in your life that you'd like some guidance on, sweetheart.
Yeah. Basically, I just kind of wondering if my spirit guides try to contact me, like how do I know?
Okay, if your spirit guides are trying to contact you. That's a really, really good question, Lonnie, because most of us sort of tend to sort of think of spirit guides as, you know, lots of people have lots of different ideas, and this is my personal opinion. I'm not saying mine's right and everybody else is wrong. My personal opinion is that our spirit guides are usually passed over relatives. And the reasons why I feel that is because they have an emotional connection to us, that they sort of have a vested interest in us. You know, if it's your grandmother that's been gone for 20 years, well, of course she's going to have more of an emotional connection to you than she is to a total stranger. So this is why I believe that our spirit guides are relatives. And a lot of people say, oh, no, I've got a Native American Indian, or I've got this, or I've got that. Look, I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying in my experience, that's what I believe. And having worked with spirit for many, many years, they're the ones that come through to me at different times with messages for their loved ones. So, you know, when they tell me that they're taking care of them or they're guiding them, or, you know, I feel very connected to my great-great-granddaughter because she reminds me of me. And, you know, you sort of think, wow, you know, you didn't even meet her physically, personally, but you feel a connection. Isn't that marvellous? So for you, sweetheart, I'm sure there's a number of spirit guides around you. Now, how do you know when they're making connection with you? Look, there's many different ways. Look, lots of people say, oh, people, you know, I've seen a feather and that reminds me of so-and-so, or it means such and such. If that's what works for you, that's fine. I don't think there's any hard and fast rules to say what works for me is necessarily going to work for you. What I can share with you is the things that I've noticed over my 40-odd years in this sort of work, and there's many different signs. Sometimes it can be as simple as a song coming on the radio and all of a sudden you'll get goosebumps and you'll think, wow, that really is the answer to a question that I had. Fancy that being in the words to that song that I'm singing along to. That's a connection from spirit. It can sometimes be the same sort of thing. You know, some lines jump out at a television show that you're watching and you sort of think, wow, there's the answer to, you know, what I was worrying about. Or the lights will flicker. Or you just get a feeling, or you can smell something. You smell perfume and then you go sniff, 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 and there's nothing there. And you think, well, did I imagine that? No, you didn't. Sometimes we see things out of the corner of our eye and we have a look for a second or a third time, nothing there. But again, these are all spirit connections. So spirit sort of tries to get our attention in many different ways. And it's not always something that we can turn around and say, oh, gee, you're not going to miss that. And I think as humans, we're all looking for it in that way, that it's like it's going to be a banner in the sky that I can't miss. Quite often it's very subtle. Yeah. It's something that we have to sort of say, whoa, hang on a minute, that caught my attention. I wonder if that was a message or a sign. And once you start to be aware of that, you'll notice it happening more and more. For me, quite often, it's a lot of times, you know, I could be out driving in the car and I know the street sign says Smith Street, but it might say beach on there, and I look again, it still says Smith Street, but yet in my mind's eye, it said beach. So if that was to happen, I would then take notice of, why did I see the word beach? What is the meaning behind that? What does that mean to me personally? And that's how I tend to look at things from spirit. I mean, there's lots of different things that I can say to you. Again, for me personally, I usually find when I blow, you know, half a dozen light bulbs in the house in a matter of a couple of days, I know that spirit's sort of quite active, and what sort of message are they trying to share with me, good, bad or indifferent. You know, yes, you can turn around and say that's coincidence, or your light bulbs blew at the same time because you replaced them all at the same time. But that's a little bit too coincidental to me. It's sort of like, you know, we might have one or two, but if you have six, that's, you know, who's trying to get a message to you. And, you know, people used to say to me, you know, I'd get up in the morning and all my photographs on the sideboard would be moved. And, you know, they might be people that are quite anal about them all being in a certain position. Again, that spirit, just sort of showing you that they're there. It's interesting, though, because we as humans tend to think spirit's going to come down and give us this earth-shattering message that we can't live without. 9 times out of 10, all as they're trying to do is get you to acknowledge that they're there, to say, hi, I'm here, hello. And we tend to think that they've got to come through with this message all the time that we're going to need, you know, our life won't be the same if we don't understand it. So if you're not necessarily looking for that earth-shattering message, if you're just looking for that knowing and understanding that they're there with you, then that's the best thing. And that's the best way they can make connection with you, because then they sort of feel that they are, that you know that they're there, that they're seeing everything that goes on in your day-to-day life, as mundane and as boring as it might be, but that's important to them because that's you. Sometimes if it's really important, they'll wake you at 2 o'clock in the morning, and, you know, you'll wake up from a deep sleep and you'll remember the dream that you were having, or you'll have a feeling. If that happens, can I suggest get out of bed and write it down, because that is something that they're really trying to get your attention for. But 9 times out of 10, it's just to say hello. I know you've got quite a bit of spirit activity around you. And I think the most important thing for you, Lonnie, is if you have something that you really, really, really need an answer to, say you want to know, should I change my job? Then I would suggest before you go to sleep of a night, ask the question out loud and ask them to put the answer into your mind first thing in the morning upon waking. You know, give them definite guidelines. Should I change my job? Yes or no? Give them something, you know, as simple as a yes or no answer. So then first thing in the morning when you wake up, the first thing that comes into your mind will be the answer to that question. That's how we train them or organise them to work with us. And that's, you know, something that we can all do, because they like to know when that they can be of service or when they can be of help. So at times like that, if we've got issues, if we do it that way, that helps them know that, okay, I don't have to wake her up at 2 o'clock in the morning. She's going to ask me a question before she goes to sleep, or she's going to have a conversation with me before she goes to sleep. And I suggest always out aloud, because they're not allowed to read our minds, so that they definitely know then what you need help with. And then they're able to give you sort of answers. But once you start to establish that connection with them, Lonnie, like that by, you know, simple things, you know, sort of like, should I go grocery shopping tomorrow? Yes or no? You know, you can give them lots of different questions. Then they start to be able to sort of, it builds up their strength or their energy on the other side, so that then they can come through in other ways. Then they can start with the smells or the moving of the pictures, or, you know, giving you an answer in a song or whatever the case may be. So I hope that's helped you and answered that question for you, Lonnie.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're very, very welcome. Have a very Merry Christmas, sweetheart. We've come to the end of the show again. So again, I want to reiterate with you that this is a very, very magical, special time of the year. Please remember those that are lost. Have your family traditions. Set some new traditions. I spoke about last week on the show that I always have a spare spot at my Christmas table for those that have departed, and that's been something I've been doing for a very, very long time. I'm sure the chair's getting a little bit crowded now, because over the years I've lost quite a few family members. But it's just my way of acknowledging the fact that they are still here, they're still with us, they're still important, they're still special. And we have a family tradition of talking about something funny or something that we remember from our dearly departed over Christmas lunch as a way of making them feel included and special and still part of the family. So why don't you share with us here at A1R Psychic Radio some of your family traditions over Christmas? We'd love to hear from you. So until next week, be kind to each other, enjoy this magical time of the year, and don't forget it's a magical full moon in Gemini this year, so make sure that you do a lot of releasing and letting go of things. But until next time, I hope you're kind to each other, and let's keep Wellington, New Zealand and Australia in our prayers, and every other place around the world that's going through some sort of trauma or weather event at the moment. Until next week, Merry Christmas.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Modern Day Medium with the Modern Day Medium. Modern Day Medium. Live from the moderndaymedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Modern Day Meeting
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and good evening from here in the UK, Woking, Surrey. This is the Modern Day Medium, and I'm really, really excited to be here this evening. This is my first broadcast working with Moonstruck TV and Air Radio. I have done a lot of Facebook Lives, so thoroughly enjoyed it. So I thought, seeing as though this is my first time, I'd introduce myself to you and let you know a little bit about me, my background, what I do, and how I spend my days. So as you can see here, I am in my treatment room, my healing room. This is where I see my clients, where I do my psychic mediumship readings and all of my healing as well. It's absolutely got a lovely, beautiful, calming energy in here. My guides are always in here with me, always ready and eager to work. So I absolutely love it in here. And it really is my own little healing sanctuary, which so many of my clients, the minute they come in here, they just say, oh my goodness, Michelle, this is so cozy, it's so comfy, and just emotions start coming out. And then I know that we're ready to work and start doing some healing. So I'm the Modern Day Medium, and I'm just going to chat a little bit about me. When I was 12 years old, I first saw spirit standing in the corner of my room. I was lying in bed, couldn't get to sleep, and there was what looked to me like a 6 or 7 foot figure wearing a black cape stood in the corner of my bedroom. Well, you can imagine, I was absolutely petrified. I didn't know what to do, where to look. Immediately ran to Mum and Dad after I could move. I felt absolutely frozen. It was just absolutely crazy. Went into Mum and Dad, told them what happened. Obviously thought I was barking mad. And then so that was the beginning for me. And then many, many, many years later, I lived in Asia, in Malaysia. And that's where I first started my true healing and spiritual journey as an adult, where I started with Reiki, the beautiful energy of Reiki, that beautiful earthbound energy. And I took my first Reiki there in Asia, which I just absolutely loved, loved, loved. And that was the beginning for me in 2005. Then I went on to continue with the rest of my Reiki. Since then, I have become a qualified psychic medium. I teach chakra courses. I teach kinesiology, touch for health as an instructor and a teacher. I'm a reflexologist. Goodness me, shamanic practices. What else do I do? Rohani teacher. I do a lot, and I just absolutely love it and love the changes that healing can bring in for us all. And indeed, the healing that we can do for ourselves as well. Let's not forget. We all have that capability within us. So let's not forget that. Let's not forget we are all energy. That's really and truly what we are. Energy, energy, energy. It looks like Gabriella in something's going on there. Gabriella, somebody's ready to go. I don't know. I'm going to carry on chatting for a minute. This is my first broadcast, and I'm sure when I've done my second, third, and fourth, I will just ease into it and look like a total professional. But what I wanted to say is just for us all to know that we have the ability to help ourselves, to help heal ourselves. We just have to believe it in our hearts. And as the 4 bodies that we have emotionally, physically, mentally, and spiritually, we do have that ability to allow things to go, to allow emotions to go, meditations, connecting with ourselves, connecting with our higher selves, and just really take a look and feel what it is that's blocking me. What's this repeated behavior? Why am I not moving forward? Why am I not getting what it is that I need? You know, is this my stuff? Is it other people's stuff I'm carrying? So as a healer and a psychic medium, being able to combine all this beautiful energy and work this way is just, for me, an absolute treat. I absolutely love it. It's my full-time job and profession. I've also been in a national newspaper as well with my sisters. Both my sisters are psychic mediums and healers as well, so it runs in the family. And we've also been in quite a few magazines and written several articles as well, which has just been an amazing journey. And here I am now on the lovely Moonstruck TV and Air Radio, going live to you wherever you may be watching. And I honestly, from my heart to all of your hearts, I wish you much love and health and wellness. And as we now come into the festive season, the wonderful season of sharing love and being charitable for as many people as we possibly can be, I would just say, just not to forget, please, that the people that are less fortunate, the people that don't have what we have, family, and just loved ones around us, to spare a thought for those as well. Now, I believe I've got a caller coming through for me. Gabriella, is it from Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, honey. How are you, my darling? How lovely.
Good. How are you?
I'm good, my darling. I'm good. It's late evening here, and it must be daytime over there for you, my lovely.
Yeah, it's getting dark. Yeah, but it's still daytime.
So how can I help you? If you can just speak up a little bit, my sweetheart, just a tiny bit, and then I can hear you a little bit better.
I was just wanting to get a reading over me losing my boyfriend.
Okay. So you want me to do a reading for you and your other half, my lovely?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Right, now, as immediately as I first come into you, the first feeling I would get is a little bit like you've been out of sync with each other. You're not quite in rhythm. You've lost that boom and that little bit of spark at the moment, if you can understand that, my love. I need to say to you that it feels there's a lot of stress and a lot of pressure around the both of you at the moment. Can you understand that, my love?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, I feel with you, you're so sensitive, and you come from such a good place. You've got a really lovely heart, very, very caring heart. I also feel with you that you are very spiritual yourself. I know you're on here, but I feel you have a very strong spiritual following and belief as well, please, my darling. And that sometimes I feel that with you, the world can be just a little bit confusing, a little bit hard, and a little bit too much pressure on you. And I feel with you, you're going through times of change at the moment, please, and you're going through onto bigger and better things for yourself, for who you are and how you feel around yourself, please, my darling. I feel a little bit like your partner, please, my love, is a little bit in the doldrums at the moment. I feel he's a little bit lost, not quite sure what direction he's taken, and I'm feeling a little bit of impatience between you and him, please. Like I almost like I want to give him a little bit of a gentle push and say, come on, let's get going, because I feel that you are becoming impatient. Does that make sense to you, my darling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good, sweetheart. Now, I just want to say to you, I also feel with your partner some emotional issues, sweetheart, some emotional loss. Some in his head, he's very, very dizzy. I'm feeling he's a little bit low and a little bit down as well, my darling. And it just makes me feel he just also needs, despite he needs that gentle push, he also needs some nurturing, some understanding, and some love as well at the moment, please, my love. Now, I've got somebody that's wanting to connect with me from the spirit world, please, my darling. Can I ask, is your mum in the world of spirit, please, sweetheart?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Is your mum, I've got a mother-like figure connecting with me here for you, please, my darling.
No, I don't know.
Okay, can we go with grandmother, please, darling?
Can you get what?
With grandmother, your grandmother, darling?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Now, this lady comes in and connects with you. This is on mum's side, please, sweetheart, you can understand. Now, she is a very, she feels like a biggish lady, a big personality, and she wants you to know that she's very much around you at the moment and supporting you. And the reason that she's coming forward is for you to draw on her strength and her support, please. I feel things between you and your partner are going to improve. There's going to be that reconnection, and things are going to get a lot better for both of you. There needs to be some communication between you two. I feel that the communication has gone off and died a little bit as well, and you just need to almost bring this back, bring this love back, bring this communication and sense of fun and laughter back as well, all right? Now, I have to say that I feel coming into Christmas and after Christmas, things will be feeling better for you, and you'll be feeling more stable and secure within yourself and your relationship as well. Are you still there, darling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is there anything else you want to ask me, my lovely?
No, just, is there anything, any more connections you're getting?
Well, also, can I ask, who has the lower back problems, please, my love? Lower back, coming into lower back, it's a bit achy, it's a bit sore. Is this with you, my darling?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Do you have lower back issues, sweetheart?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm just being aware that you need to get this looked at and just have some attention paid to this, please. All right, so don't neglect yourself, darling, because I know you've got such a sweet, kind heart. You worry about everyone else around you. But please, darling, can you make sure you get this looked at and take care of yourself? I've got a gentleman coming in here from the world of spirit, please, darling. It feels very much like a fatherly figure. Can you understand that, darling?
My uncle, yeah.
It's a gentleman that would have gone with issues with the heart. I feel that salt was a problem for him. This gentleman would have had a high blood pressure, please, darling. He makes me feel before he went back to the world of spirit, he was incredibly thirsty, almost a bit like how diabetes or diabetics are. He's very big energy. He's got a wonderful personality, very, very funny. He stands, despite the fact I'm sat down, my sweetheart, he stands quite above me. He feels quite tall and quite a powerhouse. But this gentleman connects with you and your partner. For both of you, please, okay? He's bringing in lots of love around you and for you both. And again, he's reassuring me that, hey, girl, you know, it's like there's the ups and downs and the bumps in life, and this is just where you are at the moment. You're just in a bump, and then there's going to be some nice, smooth road for you as well, please, my darling. This gentleman enjoyed his food a lot. He really, really did. And he was a funny guy who'd have liked jokes, told jokes, and a great sense of humour as well. He's telling me before, in his later years, he got a little bit grumpy, a little bit moody, and a little bit short. That's because he really wasn't feeling great. And he wishes to apologise for that as well, and apologise to you and the family. He sends a huge amount of love to all of you. And I also want to say that he makes me feel he was a great organiser as well, this gentleman. And I feel that that flows through within you as well, my love. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
You've got a lot of spirit around you. You really have. You whether you meditate or link in or talk to spirit yourself a lot, you have a lot of support around you. So please, please, please don't underestimate that link that you have. I don't know whether you do cards or angel cards, but I really, really want to recommend this for you to do this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm serious. For you to get some cards or some angel cards, something for you to use, because it is there for you, okay? You're quite aware when spirit are around you, and things with your partner are going to get better. I feel this gentleman that's here in the world of spirit has just started tickling you. Like he's saying he wants you to laugh more. He wants you to enjoy your life more. And the laughing and joking is all free. It doesn't cost anything. Even though there may be financial issues around you at the moment, a little bit of worrying is going to pass. But just for you to get back to that wonderful personality that I'm aware and can see that you have so clearly. What's this about feet with you? Can you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it either you love them or you hate them? But I'm just being shown feet. And and then being tickled and tickled and played with and tickled and tickled, and you just really roaring with laughter. It's just lovely. And this obviously is coming through because this is what we want for you to be feeling happier and more jokey, all right?
Okay.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Is there anything else you want to ask me?
No.
Does that answer you? Has that helped you, my darling?
Yes.
Good. So just know for your partner, I just feel with him, he just needs a bit of support at the moment. I feel he's a little bit down, a little bit low. I also feel he's quite a closed book and doesn't express his emotions a bit at the moment. And I feel you're bouncing off each other a little bit at the moment. It's sort of a bit like a tennis match, if you can understand. And so it's just it just needs to be broken. This backwards and forwards just needs to be broken to enable you to bring back that laughter and joy and everything that you want back in your life. Can you understand a small little white fluffy dog in the world of spirit as well, please, my darling? I've got a small dog that's stepping in now from the world of spirit.
A small dog?
I've got a small dog, yeah, going back into family or a connection with family, and it's a small dog that, right, I just need you to know that dog is also in spirit as well and comes around you. So you've got quite a team that do come in you. I also want to say to you, I'm aware that you're not sleeping very well at the moment, please.
No.
Yeah, so just, if I could say to you just to try to clear your mind a bit and just let your worries go, just clear it before you go to bed. A hot bath, a bath with some Himalayan bath salts would help enormously. A meditation or listening to a meditation just for you to clear your mind. I also really would like you to talk to somebody as well and just really make it clear how you're feeling, because by getting these emotions and expressing this off and letting this go, it enables you to heal and let go. So, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Lovely. Thank you. Well, you're my first caller. What a treat for me.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So welcome, my darling. So happy. You can find me on the Modern Day Medium Facebook page, website. I do quite a lot of stuff for free and things like that, recipes, etc., etc. So hopefully I'll see you there. Take care, darling. Enjoy the rest of your evening, sweetheart.
Thank you so much, too.
Bye-bye, sweetheart. I think I've got another caller maybe coming through in a minute or so, but let's just carry on. What a lovely lady. Lovely. So I was just talking about how we can help to heal ourselves and help to let go of emotions, and that really is just so incredibly true. Just even being out in nature and standing amongst the trees, standing in nature, allowing these emotions just to release and let us be free. We can almost see them. If we're having problems in our heart, we're upset, or in our solar plexus, well, there's too much going on in our head. Just going for a walk with intention of, okay, look, I know I'm overloaded. I need to release this. I need to let this go. I need to get a breath of fresh air. And I need just to relax, just connect with myself and listen to what my higher self is saying. A meditative walk can be incredibly healing. And again, it doesn't cost anything, just going out. If you can, even you go to some woods, if there's woods near you anywhere, a park, or even if you can't get out, if you're not feeling well, just to imagine or see yourself in that environment is incredibly healthy and just so good for us, so good for our mental health and our mindfulness as well. So that's a really good thing to do. So well, here I am, the Modern Day Medium. You can find me on my Facebook page. Also, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, and I have a beautiful website, the Modern Day Medium. I've been doing so much the last couple of weeks. It's been crazy. I run a couple of circles where I'm teaching psychic mediums. One is here at home. One is at a lovely yurt that I go to. It's just absolutely beautiful. And I've been writing some lovely courses as well for next year, which have written by my own fair hand from all my years of experience and training. I've combined it all together for a true spiritual intervention. It's a 6-week course, which is just lovely, just to help so many people, whether you be practitioners or not, or just really looking forward to stepping into and going into a spiritual journey, or finding out more about your energy. It could just be you want to know about your auras, your chakras, your meridians, and how does that all work? How can you help clear that? Or how do you clear energy in your home? I mean, let's face it, we all sit in our homes, we all have down days, we all have arguments, and we all have children that might drive us a bit mad, or don't have children, might have pets that drive us mad, or feel angry, or feel tearful. And all of these energies literally do stay in our home. They do, because we're all vibration, right? So as we're giving out these vibrations, it's just staying in our home. So there's food for thought there, isn't it? I think I've got somebody coming through now. Laurie, I think it is. Hello. Hello, honey.
How are you?
How are you? How lovely
Could be better, could be worse.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you just beautifully, thank you. Good evening from England. Whereabouts are you in America?
I'm Gerardville, Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow, amazing. Lovely, lovely. How can I help you this evening, my darling?
I'd like some advice about how to make sure I end up doing the right things to make sure my future goes right.
To make sure your future goes right?
Yes.
Okay, fine. All right, my darling. So this is independent future for you, just you on your own, standing in your own strength and in your own power, correct?
Yeah, or if there's anybody in my, pictured in my future with me, that'd be fine too.
Okay. I can't hear you that well. You're kind of coming in and out. The work as I work.
Okay.
The spirit will give you what I'm being given.
Hold on, let me see if I can find a better spot in the house to sit. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you better now. That's lovely. Thank you, darling. So as I come in immediately, I'm aware of lots of broken past, broken promises. I feel a lot of heartache with you and quite a lot of loss, if you can understand, please, my darling. I'm feeling with you at the moment. You've grabbed your life and you're going, right, this is not going to happen to me again. I am not doing all of this again. Does that make sense to you, please?
Yes.
Great. I absolutely see you moving forward in your own life with you independently. I want to say to you that I need you to either do some meditations, but definitely for you to let go of repeated thought patterns, okay? I do need to say to you, I don't know whether you know anybody where you can get a little bit of healing, just for you to lift some stuff that I feel very strongly in your solar plexus and in your heart chakra, where we just need to let go of past hurt and pain, so it's not repeat. Does that make sense to you, please? Like, I want to give you a spring clean. Yeah?
Okay.
Now, you are an intelligent woman. You're a force to be reckoned with. And I also know you're a really good laugh as well, and an absolute scream, okay? But I feel with you that there's been a little bit lost, a little bit not too sure where you're going. And I have to say, I'm being told a little bit of insecurity and a little bit kind of looking at the biological clock. Does that make sense to you, sweetheart?
I didn't hear the last 3 words.
And a little bit like you're looking at your biological clock. You're kind of thinking, right, I'm going to grab life now before. Yeah, okay, fine. Now, I feel that you've been isolating yourself a little bit. You haven't been going out and socializing quite as much as you used to. You just haven't quite been feeling it, not quite been up to it. But that is absolutely what I need you to start doing. Going out, enjoying yourself, having some fun, and really, really having a wonderful time, okay? Making yourself known, making yourself lifting your vibration up, making you feel happier and happier and happier. I have to say that I'm aware of a move coming in for you as well, please, my darling. I'm just being told that there's going to be a move for you as well, whether that's just come, but I am being told an upheaval within the home for the better. for the better.
Oh my God.
What?
You're so on.
Oh, thank you. But not only that, sweetheart, I have to say that there is a gentleman that is going to be coming into you. Now, he's going to be quite a bit shyer than you and quite nervous about coming up and talking to you because you're such a powerhouse. And I feel that your energy is so strong and your vibration is so strong that this gentleman, can you understand the name Dennis, please, my love?
Can I what?
Dennis. Do you know a Dennis? I'm being shouted Dennis, Dennis, Dennis at me.
Yeah, I know a Dennis, but he's my landlord and he's no good.
Okay, fine. That's fine. That's why we're moving. That's fine then. That makes total sense. That's why we're moving and why we're off. So I just need to say to you, my lovely, lovely lady, that there is somebody who's going to be coming into your life. He's going to be quite shy, but he's going to be brave enough to come and chat to you, and you're going to have to take the bull by the horns. But he is going to be very attracted to you. He's quite an organised gentleman. He's a together gentleman, and he's not going to need anything from you. I feel he doesn't live very far away from you at the moment, okay? And I also feel that this gentleman would like playing cards. He has a reliable job. He's in his latter years, please, if you can understand that. But he's a single gentleman and he's available. I feel that it's going to be like a collision and the two of you are just going to meet and you will be okay, all right? You will be okay. And definitely a move coming in for you. I don't know why when I'm in your apartment, my darling, or your home, I feel a little bit cold and a little bit chilly.
I have the door open. I have the door open.
I'm just like, oh, I feel so cold in there. Yeah. I hope that's helped you, my lovely, lovely lady. And just hold that in your heart. Have faith that you are held and that your parents are around you and that there's a lot of love around you and that you will be fine. Just have faith and be buoyant and wonderful, all right?
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome. God bless you. Thank you too. So this has been a wonderful, what can I say, here on Moonstruck TV. I will be looking forward to my next live show where I will find many, many, many things to talk about next time. So you can find me, The Modern Day Medium, like I said, on my website, themoderndaymedium.com, Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Thank you so much for joining me today. I am so excited to be joining you today with Sapphire Souls. I'm Amber Price. Thank you so much for joining me in this welcoming community. I am so happy to bring you some messages today. First, I want to start with introducing myself. I'm living in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I have 5 children, and I'm living here with my husband. We have 1 grandbaby and another one on the way any day now. So it's quite busy here in the Price household, but not too busy to be able to spread some light in the community. So today, I just wanted to give you a couple little insights into who I am and how I got here. So I started doing this work professionally a few years ago, and it kind of came about in a very interesting way because I didn't actually plan on being a psychic medium for my life. If you can imagine, most of us don't, right? It kind of something you're stumbled upon and the universe is kind of giving you that direction and guidance to be able to come and join this work.
So originally, I had done a lot of work in the healthcare industry in administration. And so I ended up continuing that work and really finding more and more that I went on that I just needed to do this. So my earliest memory was when I was about 4 years old, around kindergarten time. And that's when I really started recognizing that I didn't actually believe that I was alone. I knew it was an imaginary friend, but I did know that the energy that was around me, I felt like I wasn't alone, and that, I really felt comforted by it. It never did scare me. And then fast forward to about 12 years old, and luckily some pioneers in the industry were already on television and sharing some information educationally about this type of work. And I was able to, through that, really understand who I was and what I was doing. And so from there, at 12, you can imagine I didn't understand very much about it, but I did know I wasn't alone and that other people did feel the same way and experience the same things that I did. And as you know, because if you're watching, that means that you're also a spiritual soul. And so to some extent, you also probably feel like you could be isolated, or that somebody doesn't really understand how you feel or some of the things that you're experiencing. So when you do have somebody like that come along and really shed some light, it really is comforting. So I ignored it, of course, at 12 years old. I just went and continued and played and, lived my life. And then getting to 17 years old is when I really started to feel my first experience. Now, it was around the first time that I knew that I was experiencing communicating with someone who had departed. And so that's when I really started to harness in and listen to that energy. But of course, at 17, this isn't something that I thought I would be doing for the rest of my life. It was something that I just thought I was. And so when I'm connecting and getting messages, I just felt, again, very peaceful, very validated, very heartwarmed by it, because it was never scary. And so then about 26 years old, I was pregnant with my fourth child. And we, of course, didn't know if it was going to be a boy or girl, but I had this impression of a little girl, and she came to me and kind of gave me some information about that she was a girl, that she would be coming and joining us into this earth realm, and that she would be coming on a certain month and a certain day. And of course, I thought, okay, well, we'll see what happens. And of course, true to her message, she came on the exact day that she had given me the information. So from there, it really kind of started to get more involved and more heavy as we kind of went on. And being a parent, I really used my intuition to help guide and help deliver messages and guidance to my children. So as I mentioned, we do have 5. And so now we get to share that information with all the little new grandbabies that are coming for us. And so when I decided that I was going to work in this industry and really just live my authentic purpose, which I really believe each of you should be doing. It is a very scary and difficult step. I understand. I've been there, done that, had to make the same choice. But at the end of the day, it's feeling like a relief. Like, yes, you are doing what you're supposed to be doing. You are living your authentic purpose. And that in itself is so rewarding. So I was about 26 when I made that decision to really start listening. But I really wasn't until my 30s in which I decided that I was going to be doing this for professional work. And I'm a clear cognizant, so I get a lot of information that just kind of comes into my head, like my own thoughts and my own memories of things. And so, of course, that is the most challenging, is that your own thought? Did I know that before and now I'm just remembering it now? And so really the thoughts that come in and the messages that are interpreted and received are really quick, fast, and furious. And so it's a lot to absorb when you're first learning. And as an empath, which is my second strongest quality, you feel the way that other people feel. And so this was my biggest struggle. So any of you out there that have been looking to understand themselves more, or maybe struggling with
feelings of anxiety or chronic illnesses or autoimmune disorders. Those are things that I struggled with myself. And I'm very, very willing to share those personal stories because I feel like it's so helpful to understand. I feel a lot of spiritual people feel these types of ailments a lot because they're not really understanding that they're receiving energy and receiving information through that way. And so knowing that now makes you a lot more healthy. You take a lot of more accountability to these things. So really some personal growth in that area. And of course, once you start acknowledging that they're coming through and that you are getting messages, you start to feel healthier because you're in a lot more control over what information you're receiving and how you're interpreting it, if you choose to share it or if you keep it private. All of those things come with learning really who you are and what your purpose is. The main thing that I really kind of focused on was more information. So, okay, now I know that I'm experiencing these things. So where can I get information? Where can I understand? And I didn't know really anybody else who was doing it professionally. I believe I come from a long line of family members on both my father and my mother's side that are very sensitive to energy, whether they're empaths or whether they're actually receiving clairvoyant messages or claircognizant messages. And so it was never a thing to be ashamed of in my family. Like I was very, very lucky that I had so much support with friends and family. But not everybody does. And you know, you have to find that support from somewhere. So really just kind of delving into books. I had read so many books. My husband got me one that I really want to give a shout out to, Sherry Dillard. It was You Are a Medium. This book was amazing. It really captured the essence of what I was experiencing and shedding light onto it. And so I just started reading more books and more books and more books and researching, the internet and really understanding what kind of information I am getting and how to work with it. And so I guess I could say I'm a natural born medium in the sense that I just never really had to develop it from scratch. I like if I go back into time, I know that at 4 years old I was experiencing that, and of course it wasn't something that I asked for at that age, or even asked for in later years. But of course, this is my life's purpose. I understand that now, and I just absolutely love that there are forums like A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and all these different people that come out and share their wisdom each day and each week and each moment. And so I'm just very, very pleased to be part of this community. So that's enough about me. I just love sharing some things just so that people who also are experiencing, their own enlightenment and their own spiritual ascension really do understand that it's not easy for us as sensitive people. We don't just wake up and we're doing this, without any problem. It is something that we all work on and that we all struggle with, to a sense of how do I turn it off? Like I get asked that all the time. And to a point, it's hard to turn it off, because if you're open and you're willing to accept messages because you know it's for someone's highest good, I mean, it is difficult to turn it off. However, there's different varying levels of that. And so, in one of my future shows, we'll talk about really how do you harness those messages and how do you protect yourself if maybe you're somewhere where it's inappropriate to be receiving all these messages and having to filter through them. So I'm interested, down the road in sharing those tidbits. And so really, when we're looking at energy and how you're getting it, it could come anywhere. It could come at a restaurant while you're trying to eat, at the grocery store. It could come when you're visiting a friend that every other day for the last 15 years you've not had a message come through, but this particular day you do. So really filtering those things and kind of working through them. And of course, nobody wants somebody to be giving them messages all the time. So when we're talking about friends and family members, I mean, there's a certain level of boundary that I put up for those people. I don't tap into their energy. I've done a lot of making sure that there's a good let's say, spiritual wall or protection around them, because I really do want to enjoy them and respect them as family and friends. And so unless somebody asks, they're not getting any information. And that's just the moral standard I set for myself. And of course, everybody's different. So when we're talking about energy, this is actually an amazing time of the year, because you've got, we're entering fall. And with fall comes all the energy of all the change. And so from an energetic, universal energy, you've got the change. So, just as the leaves have fallen from the trees, you've got the energy that is asking us to let things fall away from our energy and our soul that we no longer need. We carry so much with us every single day. And, I always equate it to like, if you were carrying all these grocery bags and backpacks and stuff, and every time somebody you met, you got another backpack or another grocery bag, and then you got upset because something upsets us. And so you hold that as another bag. And then all of a sudden you've got like, you're being weighed down by all of these bags and all of this energy that you're carrying. Now imagine if you thought of that as the physical picture that I was creating for you. Could you imagine how far somebody could get in carrying all of those bags and all of that weight? So when we're really thinking about it, if you can put down some of those bags, those spiritual bags, you can really start to feel healthier and feel more aware and have more enlightening messages come through. Because when we are holding all of that stuff, what happens is our energy becomes a little bit more dense, and it is harder to communicate with energy. And so if we're talking about you and how you're supposed to be, maybe communicating with your loved ones or your angels, your guides, you really want to have some sense of clarity when you're getting those messages. And let's be clear, just because you put something down doesn't mean that you don't have to care about it anymore. It just means that you're letting yourself enjoy the moment that you're in. And so when you're continuing to release or hold all of those things, you definitely should be thinking about, what is this doing for me? Because really, fall reminds us, put things down, let things go. And so it's kind of an awkward time for some of us. I don't know if you listeners have thought of this or have noticed in the last few weeks, some of the energy is absolutely chaotic. And so if you're in the midst of a crossroad in your life, you're absolutely probably feeling uncomfortable. Everything probably seems like it's juggling up in the air and you don't know which way to go. That's okay. Don't worry. We're all there. I've been there too. And so all this has to do is remind us that something has to change. Because if we didn't feel uncomfortable and we didn't have the chaos that's surrounding us, we wouldn't be pushed to do something different, right? So with fall comes all of the energy about holidays. And I'm talking about Remembrance Day is just around the corner. And so when we have those energies that are coming through and really just remembering and honoring the fallen, that brings a whole bunch of energy to light as well, especially in very historical places, because you've got a lot of energy from the actual events that have occurred. Here in Canada, we just had Thanksgiving, and so the energy with that and what it stands for and represents. And so, of course, upcoming all of these different holidays for every nationality, and that brings energy. Now, we're talking about the energy that's created by us humans, which is the excitement and the joy of getting together with friends and family, or complete opposite. Maybe it's stress and worry and concern about having to come together with people. And either is absolutely normal as long as you know and accept that it is what it is. And so when you're connecting, that creates an energy in itself. So I equate that to, if you've ever been to a surprise party and you're waiting to surprise this person, and then you're getting all these butterflies in your stomach and you're maybe feeling anxious and nervous, that's feeling energy of people. That's feeling the energy of an environment. And so when you have that, you really want to understand that it's not like an anxiety, like that you're experiencing anxiety. It's that you have to just be mindful that you're in an environment with lots of people and lots of energy. But on the other side, which is so fascinating, we have the energy that brings all of our loved ones. So now you've got energy that's coming through for all of the loved ones that want to attend and to be there to witness this exciting event. And the same is true for events that are more challenging for us, such as, funerals or somebody being ill and things like that, because we've all experienced that, unfortunately, with our families and loved ones. And so the energy too will enhance around those times. And so you've got your emotion, you've got the environment, and then you have the energy of the spiritual realm, which is your loved ones and angels and guides. So can you imagine how much is going on at that time of year? And you're expecting to be, even keel and everything is going great and everything goes perfect without a hitch. So I guess I challenge you this holiday season to really kind of separate what it is that you are feeling. Are you feeling on the energy of the people? Are you feeling on the energy of the environment or the event? Or are you thinking that you're feeling the energy of your loved ones that are in spirit? And so really start to identify what it is that you're picking up, because I guarantee you're going to be able to hone in on your own skills and really, really start to pick up more messages. As well, it takes some of that energy that drains us. Some people really, really thrive in the environment with lots of people and lots of love and lots of connection. And then empaths tend to retreat. So as much as they want to look and be, really excited to be around people, it's actually so physically demanding that they become very drained. And so, they may not be able to stick around for long, and that's okay. And so here are some of the things that we can do. So when we're talking about preparing for energy and how we can kind of, embrace the next several weeks, what we want to do is we want to set boundaries. Number one, it is okay to not attend every holiday party and every, dinner out. You don't have to attend something. Empaths tend to feel like they have to please other people or else they're letting them down. And to an extent, I think as long as you just explain that you're not coming, but thank you for the invite, that there are ways around it without causing an awkward moment, because empaths don't like awkward moments and they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So setting boundaries, and boundaries are amazing for anybody. It doesn't matter if you're an empath or not. Really setting boundaries is something that will help you feel like you're really living up to the expectations that you set for yourself. And when we live up to an expectation that we've set for ourselves, we don't feel disappointed or stressed or lacking. We actually feel validated and we feel like we've accomplished something. So got your boundaries set. So now what? Now you're going to look at how you protect your energy. So you're going to really kind of meditate. You're going to balance out. Maybe you want to ground. Grounding is funny. I'm actually sitting on the floor right now in my living room, and this is making me feel grounded. I feel nice and comfy and cozy. Because actually here in Niagara Falls, Canada, it's snowing right now. So I wasn't about to go outside and stand in the grass. Although, I also found the snow is very calming for me as well. Now, so anything that you do that makes you feel comfortable, maybe it's going for a drive, listening to music, having a bath, all of those things are very clearing and grounding of your energy. And if you're balanced and grounded, you can handle a lot more. And you can probably attest to that. If you've already got, everything snowballing and all of these crazy things going on in your day, it doesn't take much to send you over the edge and cause frustration or stress or, disappointment in your day when you've already got so many things in a momentum. And so if you can balance and clear that out, you can handle a lot more. So when you've got the opportunity, you're going to come home from a large group event, or maybe it's work, or maybe it's visiting one person. It doesn't matter. Whatever your energy has been expended on, you'd like to follow it up with some clearing. So I like to wash my hands with cool water after every connection that I make. It doesn't matter if I'm outside talking to a neighbor, or if I'm at, my local department store, or if I've just finished a reading. I like to wash my hands in between each reading as well. It really clears the energy. And it's a really great fix in a time when you can't actually go for a long bath or a long shower. And so any of those things are really valuable, especially in the holiday season, to kind of reboot your energy. And I think that it's so important that you just say no, just say no, set your boundaries, and then also set time frames for how long that you want to attend a certain thing, or how long that you're going to be able to engage in that energy. If you know that you can only do 3 hours, then when 3 hours comes, even if you're feeling high off the energy from the time, knowing that when you get home, you're going to kind of come down off of that and feel like an energetic hangover, so to speak. Basically, that's you pushing your limits. So kind of stick with it and make sure. Now, you also want to dissolve any cords to any energy that you have connected to. And I'm going to talk about that in later shows, and how we can do more of a clearing and a cutting or dissolving of cords very gently. And I am just absolutely so excited to share with you all of these little tips and tidbits that I've learned through the years, because it helps me so much to understand, how are other people experiencing energy? And that's why I love to hear other people's stories. I absolutely love it. And so when they show up and they share this information with me, and I can help people through spiritual growth coaching, the workshops that I offer, I really get so much more out of it than they probably do, to be honest, because you know what? I love learning and I love engaging with people, and helping somebody understand their abilities is priceless to me. It is absolutely priceless, because I understand from a very personal perspective what it felt like to be there. And I'll tell you, I don't take any interaction with somebody for granted. It doesn't matter who you are. When you cross my path, I will learn from you. And I hope that I grow better from it. And so that's why I'm here. And that's why I've decided that I'm going to do light work. And this is what really just gives me the love in my heart to be able to share with you the stuff that I've learned and the information I get. So primarily as a medium, I connect to people who've departed. And so I hold a very, very high ethical standard for myself and how I share information with people's loved ones. So I don't like to rush. I really like to give people the time that they need to hear the messages. I do evidential mediumship, so I like to provide validating key facts about their loved ones so that they know who I'm speaking of. So because of this, this does take a lot of energy out of me, of course, and anybody out there who also does medium type readings. But what I am able to really kind of gain out of it is that I'm giving. So it doesn't matter how much energy it takes and how long the session goes. I really just need to make sure that that message is delivered. And so I really absolutely feel like if you want more information about that and how I connect, then please visit my website at amber-price.com for more information. And I'm going to be talking in the coming weeks about protection of energy, how energy and emotion might be different, because I hear the words, I have anxiety and I feel anxious, or I'm picking up energy. So I really want to separate what those things are. And this is something that I feel like is something that the people in my workshop really, really love. And this is helping them to become more grounded. And so as you approach your holiday season and as you continue to move through fall season, know that you have lots of resources around you and you can reach out at any time, and that you're not alone. You have validation, you have backup. And so thank you so much for allowing me to join this beautiful community on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am so excited to be here and share this information with you. And in the coming weeks, we'll get into really some cool topics and deep information. And hopefully where you are, it's not snowing so much, because right now it's still snowing. So, and maybe next time when I see you, I will be able to share that I have a brand new grandson on the way, because he's due any day now. And so we're anxiously awaiting that. Perfect timing. So thank you so much. And I absolutely want to challenge you to that energy challenge that I gave you. And I'd love to hear your feedback about it.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona, Virgin Medium I Am Power, and of course you are guys listening to A1R, and tonight is Abby's show with Psychic Bella Love. Hello Bella, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, sweetheart. How was your day so far? Sounds like you've been busy. For those who actually gave us feedback, we would love to send 3 minutes, and Abby has always been generous by credit account, also send the 3 minutes for an advisor or in behalf of advisors. So how was your connection and feelings with Abby? It's like, how did you feel?
So good.
What was the response, or better say feedback, from your client?
My clients have been loving this site. They say it's so easy to use. And it's funny because I have a lot of clients who use other platforms, and they said like they don't want to use the other platforms anymore because they just feel like even the energy is so much better over on Avid.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I kind of like feel good too when I feel and sense that there's tons of people that sending me an email and says, well, Fiona, we are so happy that we finally find you, because we've been very sad in the past couple days and months or so, because, you just been disappeared. And I says, well, I always, is around, and you guys can just like go and Google Virgin Medium I Am Power, and I am kind of everywhere. So one person with almost 1.5 million of followers, it's very easy to find. Yeah. So let's see what Dave has for us. I don't know. Hopefully we did not lost connection. No, he's there, because it's not like a new Skype. It's just a little bit fishy. Sometimes you feel that, sometimes you feel that maybe, our producer is just gone for party, and then we are in the autopilot. Okay, so now back to studio, and now I have Maria. Hello, Maria from Australia. Hello, Maria. How are you doing, sweetheart?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well, sweetie. Gorgeous, give me your date of birth. Me and Bella would love to help you with anything and everything we can. Please give me your date of birth, and then tell me what you want to know of your moment. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my date of birth is the 23rd of November.
Okay, Maria, we got it.
And do you need the year?
Okay, sweetheart. And what do you want to know? What do you want to know of your moment, sweetheart? What is exactly your question? Is in a spiritual level. What is exactly you have in your heart? What we can do for you tonight?
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you properly.
What we can do for you tonight? What do you have in your mind?
Oh, okay. Just anything general, really. Whether career, travel, family, what do you see? Just anything, really.
Yeah. So, Bella, I think you can start it, and I'm open the Pentagon, because Bella is always very fast with to pick up things, and because you have a lot of beautiful sense, as I know, and you are very well known for that. So please, darling, go ahead for Maria, and I'm trying to open the Pentagon for her as well. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. Hi, Maria. I usually prefer people ask specific questions just because general readings, a lot of information comes up.
Yep, so that's okay. If I could have a career, I want to get into self-employment later. I was just wondering, can you see that in my future?
Okay, you said you wanted to get into what kind of employment, hon? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Self-employment.
Oh, that's okay. Self-employment. My own business.
Okay, perfect. I actually do feel that coming through for you. I feel like as we get towards the end of the year, you're going to take bigger steps that are going to take you towards that. It is something that happens for you next year. I'm feeling like around, I want to say June. Fiona might get a different number. She's better at timing than I am usually. But I do feel like as we get towards the end of this year, you are going to make some contacts with people who are going to be able to help you on that path so that you can focus mainly on just working for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So, Maria, I see two things for you. The first one is about that try to focus and have your only focus about that everything is going to be all right. I feel that you have so much fears around because I see in the Pentagon, show me the number 22 and number 1111, which shows about that you are all over the place right now. You are concerned and worried. You really can't focus on whatever you are thinking to do because the fears of losing, the fears of not having the money back, the fears that maybe the result is not going to be the same way or whatever you win, it's just going to make you to feel extremely uncomfortable and sad and disappointed. So all I wanted you to do is shut down the part of your brain that's telling you that maybe it's not going to happen. Maybe you should not do it. Maybe you should listen to that and this person. Maybe that's not actually your idea or good way or any right or nice direction. So any of those negativity or negative thoughts, feedbacks, anything that come from others and even come from your own thought, I wanted you to shut it down. I wanted you to highly focus and make sure that everything is going to be exactly the way as you wish and desire. So the only things that I wanted you right now to focus about, what should I do to make these things happen? I wanted you absolutely to go for it. I don't want you to think in any other things. Just go for it. And then make sure you are not listening to people who told you, oh, I did that too, but I did not succeed. Oh, you know what? I don't think so. That is going to be you or anything like that. Just stay away from negativity, negative people, and anyone and everyone that says you can't. So basically, focus, go, and don't worry about money, finance, or is everything going to be all right?
Okay, excellent. And do you see me moving house at all, like building a house or buying another house?
Yes, there is actually moving for you that coming before 2019, which is I can feel and sense that it will be around November 10, November 15 through actually December 3rd and December 4th, which I can see that around the month of October, a lot of discussion and a lot of movement going to happen about that move. So yes, the movement I can see for you, and it's very clear.
Okay. Do you see it? Is it going to be within the same city I live in, or is it going to be? I'll be traveling to move like interstate.
I'm not seeing any traveling. I'm not feeling and sensing everything in your Pentagon that you're going to travel or you're going to have like a difficult time for anything. So you don't need to be concerned about that. Yeah, everything actually looks good. Yeah.
Okay. And is there any health issues coming up or anything else that you can see?
I feel Bella, as far as I'm concerned in your Pentagon, your health is excellent. I don't have any problem with your health. Besides that, I can feel a little bit of your bone pain, kind of like maybe muscle pains, which is if you have time for yoga, example, if you have time for just walking, you need to do that, but it's not really serious, and I'm not really seeing any serious condition that you may indeed need medicine for to calm down and relax. So all I wanted you to do is just stop to be concerned and worried. You are that type of the person that you're always going to concern and worried about things. You double kind of like think about everything, and you don't know exactly where to go sometimes because it's just killing you those thoughts. So please stop overthinking your overthinking. Everything going to be just all right, sweetheart. And for more information about me and Bella, you can go to avidadvice.com. And if you sign up tonight, for sure, Avid would love to send you 5 free minutes to talk to any advisor, and of course, Bella and me. Yes, my love. Do you have any other question?
Travel. Do you see me traveling? Any travel in my future?
Travel for pleasant or pleasure, yes. I can see the pleasure traveling, but I'm not seeing that you are traveling because you have to change your job or you have to change your place. But you are traveling because have a pleasant time together with people that you would love to. Yes, I see traveling. I see trip. Yes, I do.
Do you see where and when?
The where I can see that going to be actually a very nice weather because I see the palms. So you are definitely going to travel in a place that maybe there is a big palm tree, and also I see sunny and beautiful ocean view. That's what I can pick up right now. And the when time, it would be at the end of October, which I can see that you're going to celebrate some good news with come from your movement or something that you are guys going to discuss about your move. So basically after the 23rd through actually the 3rd and the 1st of December, November, I can see that a lot of changes happen, but you celebrate it because you receive in good news at that time, and that's why the travel will happen. So I see the travel will definitely the trip going to happen at the end of October.
Yep, no problem. That was all. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Have a great one, and welcome to avidadvice.com. So back to studio. Okay, Bella, we have Bully from Florida. Hello, how are you doing, sweetie?
I'm good.
Awesome. I love your energies. It sounds like you are kind of, I have a tons of questions from Bella. I have tons of questions from Fiona. So, okay, get ready. So we both ready. So we would love to give you anything and everything you would love to know from your life, now, present, future, anything. Just please give us your date of birth and let us to guide you to see where we can go. Go ahead, please.
Date of birth is March 19th, 1972.
Okay. I see that. Okay. Okay, my love, shoot your question.
I'm sorry?
Tell me about your question. Go ahead, please.
Just recently made a big move to another state. I've lived in the same state my entire life, so this has shaken us up, us meaning myself and my family. Just recently have applied for a few jobs, just kind of wanting to know how the area is going to work for us, anything I should be looking for. What do you see in our future?
Okay, when I come to the movement, I would just be fast and then Bella can start it too. What I feel and sense that directly when you're talking about move, you did a great, fantastic decision. So congratulations to you and your family. This is that was a very nice decision. Number two, when it comes to fears of if I can find a job, answer directly came from my mind, and the picking of the energies is yes. There is no doubt about it. You will get it. But you have to be patient, and also you have to be positive, because I can see you've been tired, you're still tired, you still need to digest everything around, which is completely new. But the feelings that I have, you are going to receive some good news, which in the Pentagon shows me around actually the 10th through the 23rd of the month of October. So that's why I feel that it come through some company or some place that you may applied already, or someone going to introduce you to that place, which is definitely going to get you in as easy as possible, as you're going to get shocked. So no worries and no craziness about if I'm going to find a job, because the month of October, and I see that you are writing the contract with the new place. Go ahead, Bella. How you feel?
I agree. I was getting October as getting a new job for you as well. I feel like you are in the perfect place for you. I actually see you making new friends too. And do you have children?
Yes, I have a daughter and a grandson.
Okay, because I felt you making friends connected to them, if that makes sense. Like, they go do something and you go with them and you make friends with people there, and it's connected to some sort of like schooling or program, like after school program, something for the kids to do. So I keep getting you actually meeting some people that you really are going to connect with and make really good friends with there. Because you're where you're supposed to be, things are going to line up for you exactly how they're supposed to. You know, you're going to get a job that you really like. You're going to make really good friends. You're going to really enjoy it because this is where your spirit calls you to be at this point in time.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And you know what the funny news is for you is, like, when I always tell to all my students, fans, and followers to stop overthinking your overthinking. Then why you are too worried? I understand moving to the new place, new state is a very big decision. A lot of things to digest, a lot of things to think and feel about it. But you know, the one thing that you should know, if you just calm down and relax and feel that I'm thankful and grateful that I'm still alive. I'm thankful and grateful that my children and my grandchildren is still around me. I'm thankful and grateful for everything that God gave it to me right now at the moment. And sending thank you to every single blessing that you have, which is I always tell to my fans and followers, please write it down for things that you are so thankful and grateful for right now at the moment, right at the moment. So anything that comes to you, to your mind about thankfulness and gratefulness, just focus on them. And don't allow any negativity or come, because we are human beings. It's very easy for us to be all over the place, to thinking all over the place. So what we have to do, we need to change our thought and telling to our, or train our subconscious mind that always thinking positive. That means you are fake it until you make it. So you always have to train your brain to feel that it is always, there is no emergency time. Everything is under control, and you are so thankful and grateful, and no one and nobody can hurt you, your family, or anything. And a new place is going to bring you new happiness, prosperity, abundance, love, new circumstance of people, and everything. May I ask you that why you guys kind of making decision to move from that or from this state to another state, if I may ask?
It has always been my dream to live near the beach. And my husband just doesn't want to be in the cold anymore. So that is why we made the decision to move, and it's been 4 years in the process. So each year, during those 4 years, we kind of put it off, but this time we did it. We put the action out there, he applied for a job, and next thing we know, we're here. So.
That is fantastic. That is really fantastic. You see, you're a dreamer, and I love people like you. When you have or you had some dream in the past of 4 years, you just think and thought about it, you talk to your husband, but you know what? You're strong. You have a beautiful, strong personality. Your spirituality also, it makes me to feel so good. Isn't it, Bella? Do you feel the same?
Definitely. You really have the power to manifest things, too.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
When you feel that your spirit is calling you to something, like you said you had this dream, that's your spirit talking to you, speaking to you, telling you this is where you're supposed to be, and you were able to make that happen. So use and harness that power to work for you.
Yes. And then what the funny part, or good news, but I say funny because I can feel and sense you when before you call us, you've been kind of a little bit concerned that, oh my God, what type of news should I actually, receive? Are they going to tell me that, oh my God, that type of the move is not good? Oh, this is just this and that. So I can even feel and sense you before you get some answer from us and come to and talk to us. You've been kind of a little bit nervous how to start, and hopefully they're going to be positive about my mood. So yes, my love, we are very positive about your mood. The guidance that I have, from beyond, and also the connection that I have through your Pentagon with the date of birth that you provide is telling me that yes, you guys did an awesome job, and I wanted you to continue. Go to the beach. You want to be close to the beach, then walk through the beach. Just like be there for half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe 1 hour. Try to manifest. Be there.
water will take away your tense, your negative energies, your uncomfortability, sadness, any sort of things that you may not really digesting right now because it's completely new and scare you. Just talk to ocean. And ocean will take away that tense and anxiety. I promise you, ocean is always going to be helping in many ways and any ways you would love to, because this is exactly, I always say to everybody, if you're tired, if you're sad, if you have if you are anxious, if you've been depressed for a long time, whatever you have right now, go to the beach, walk, just look at the water, and then manifest, and then ask and receive.
Yeah, exactly. And the water, definitely, you can work with that energy. You know, if you sit there and you meditate as the waves are rolling in and you start envisioning what it is that you're looking for, you can harness that energy to help you make these things that you need, these next steps, you know, the friends, the job for you, maybe you need something for the house, whatever. You can use this energy to work with you to create that energy that you need to surround yourself with to manifest anything, basically, because you have that good energy. So harness it with the water as well.
Yes. And how many times you've been around the beach, though?
As much as I can, but we have some red tide happening right now. So I've been kind of staying away until that clears up, just sending my prayers and blessings to the water. But being safe for myself and my family for right now.
Awesome.
I miss it terribly.
Oh, how about your husband? Is he spiritual too? Is he like the guy manifesting or feeling happy or kind of, you know, how was his reaction towards that mood or move?
Well, at first he was a little reluctant. He really hadn't flipped it in his mind yet. And he had been with the same job for over 20 years. So this means a complete new start, you know, at our ages.
Wow.
So, and he's already started his job, and he's had just a little bit of bumps since he started, so.
Is he a type of engineer or kind of like a science guy?
He is. He's into labor, construction.
Okay. So I kind of feel that he's happy. So you should not be worried about him. To be honest with you, when you just start talking about him, what I'm picking exactly right now at the moment, he's happy. So you should not be worried about him. So, and you should never feel that, oh, I may force him to leave the job that maybe, you know, he used to for 20 years, and now I'm asking to do, maybe he's not happy. No, he's happy. So stop worrying yourself. All I wanted you to do is just thinking about yourself, baby. Okay? So stop blaming yourself, because what you made as a decision really helped you and your family to stand in the ground, and just, I feel extremely happy for all of you. So you made a very strong, beautiful, and awesome decisions for yourself and everybody around you. So you should really feel blessed. Never blame yourself and never feel down and uncomfortable, because maybe someone or somebody going to tell you that, oh, you know, because of you, we are here. Because of you, I lost this and that. Because of you, I don't have any friend here. It's completely a normal behavior, and it's always happening in between husband and wife, and it's just very normal. Try to just not listen, move from the door or from the room, and I promise you, after a couple of hours and maybe day, he will come back to you, kiss you, and says, I love you. That is who he is.
Thank you.
I see that. You had a lot of pressure. I can see that your tears come up, and I'm happy that you do, because when you are, I feel that you press yourself a lot. You see, Bella, I see that she just really suffered for everything around her, and she was kind of felt lonely and not knowing exactly how to express, you know, her feelings, because she wants everybody to feel good and happy. But now, the beginning of everything, you're always getting stress, and that's all I wanted you to do from now on. Meditate for 5-10 minutes.
Shut down those negative energies and thoughts that come to you and blame. Don't blame yourself. People who are telling you right now that maybe you did the wrong decision or because of you we did this and that, they're going to kiss your hand and say, thank you so much for this decision. And it will happen at the end of this year. Okay? Just hang in there, my love.
I feel like you guys are
up
going to be
and
sitting
down
around Christmas.
emotionally here, and there, and it's totally different
completely
atmosphere,
normal.
culturally,
it's normal, babe. It's normal. If we have a big dream, we have to give away something to receive something. So we can't have both. Okay, so we have just 60 seconds. Oh my God. So my love, you can find me and Bella on avidadvice.com. Just sign up right now and get your 5 free minutes. Thank you so much. And we are here for you anytime you need us. You are not alone. We are there. Okay, this is me again, Fiona. And this is Psychic Bella Love to say goodbye and see you next Thursday. Have a great one and bye.
Bye, guys.
Hello followers and hello students. This is Fiona, Persian medium. I am Power. Another night, another amazing time, and of course, A1R Radio Network. So before I take any callers, would love to share a couple of my experience when it comes to I don't know if I can. I don't think so you can. I wouldn't suggest you to go for that. Oh, my experience is about that when I tried, really, I couldn't succeed, so maybe you shouldn't. So there's tons of insecurities, limitations, and also a little bit of I don't know what to do, and can you please help me where I am and what kind of career I should change or found or whatever. So I want to tell you one thing. This is actually my own experience. I wanted you to not listening to anyone. Of course, you should listen to people with experiences and telling you exactly what to do or not to do when it comes to risk and investment and other stuff. But when it comes to you want to change and challenge yourself, and because your neighbor, because your parents, because your sister, because your brother, because your coworker, because your competitions couldn't make it, then maybe I can't do it either. So try to remove that type of feelings and philosophy that because others couldn't, that maybe I can't either.
All I wanted you to do is like try it, believe it, and it also depends on how much you want. That things will be the way as you want and the way as you wish. If you wish big, if you actually offer yourself a best ever timing of life to make yourself the happiest and the greatest and the wealthiest and the healthiest, then you are going to invest on your will. The willpower, the energy that you are going to spend, the feeling that how far you can go is all up to you. No one can tell you what to do or not to do. The only person can approve and tell you if you are going to and you can is you. I wanted you to believe in yourself. I wanted you to trust yourself. I wanted you to be brave and take opportunities even when you feel or felt that others told it's not going to happen. So the most amazing time in my life was when people told me I can't, and I proved that I can. So I know you're going to enjoy that timing as well. When people telling you you can't, don't even go there, and then you show that you can, and you can of course go there and be the one that you want. So there is also another things that I would love to exchange with you guys is about the matter of timing. So sometimes we just like not in the right time. Kind of like if I thought like 2 years ago, maybe I couldn't even actually go there or try that type of things. Now I'm more mature. I know exactly what I want. I know my willpower. I know what kind of circumstances, opportunities, and other things I have. So it depends on what you want and how you want and how badly you want, and also timing. You can get what you want. So as I always say to my students and also to my clients, there is no impossibility. There is no impossible. Everything is possible. So we do not have any village of impossibility. We have a village of possibilities. So everything is possible. Just try it at least one time, and don't listen to those people who send negative energies and knows already that they would never ever try it because they are lazy, because they are not brave enough, because they do not invest in their life. So back to studio, and now I have Sarah. Hello, Sarah. How are you doing? From California. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Good. Sweetheart, welcome to A1R and welcome to Fiona's show. So it was so pleasure to talk to you, Sarah. Before I start my show and my reading for you, gorgeous, I need to know about your date of birth, and also I need to know what you have in your beautiful mind and what I can do for you tonight. Go ahead, sweetheart.
My birthday is September 29th, 1980.
Okay.
And in my mind is a lot of confusion.
Okay.
On
I see that.
Where my journey in life is supposed to be.
Okay. Sarah, my love. Mm-hmm. I want to ask you two questions. The first things that I can see in the Pentagon is about something that related to money and finance, which actually making you to feel very discomfort, not happy, a little bit mad, upset, a lot of I didn't know exactly what to do, I didn't know where to go, and kind of blaming others. So I wanted you to first remove one thing immediate with me right now tonight. Stop blaming others, okay? I understand that people having a very strong impact in our life, especially when we talking about money and finance, because sometimes negative people can change our life completely to the nastiest way. Sometimes one positive person can change our life to the best ever way. But whatsoever and wherever you are today, I wanted you to change this type of the feelings and connection that, if I did not listen to that person, if I wasn't really in that matter or that place, maybe I could be better now. So, done is done. Life, it's moving forward. Every day is a new day. Every minute of our life is a new minute and real second actually of our life. Every single second that we're just breathing is absolutely a new and fresh life. All I wanted you to do when it comes to blame, stop blaming others, because when you blame others, or especially blame yourself, because if you just could make that decision at that time, if you could just say yes to that or no to that, so maybe you just could be better right now, or just like being in a better place. So all I wanted you to just drop the anxieties of, drop the stress, and drop the craziness of if and maybe and if or maybe or should. Just let it go of all those words, okay? All I wanted you to do to connect yourself with money, and also, as you know, that money is energies. Energies is everywhere. It's just going back and forth. It's just starting somewhere. So that's what I wanted you to completely feel and sense and connect to that energies right now. And don't worry about future when it comes to, am I going to be, feel good? Am I going to have wealthy enough? Or am I going to have enough money in my account? Am I going to have the job that I want? Just stop asking. Now it's time for you to show action. Okay, Sarah? So this is very important, because I think the one block that is standing in front of your way and trying to not allow you to moving forward is about blocking your own energies to just say yes to life, yes to happiness, yes to wealth, yes to health. It's just because you're still afraid, you are kind of like confused and not know exactly what to do and where to go. So stop whatsoever had happened in the past. Past is past. Just yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Tonight is tonight. Last night was last night. Whatsoever you couldn't do last night, you can do it tonight. Okay? So first step, you forget about what happened last night. You stop blaming yourself and stop blaming others. And what you need to do right now is just stand up and just tell to yourself that exactly what you want to be, where you want to go, and exactly what is your goals and desires is. That is exactly what I wanted you to write it down somewhere, to make yourself to understand exactly what you want of your life. Okay? That's the one thing. Okay. Then, Sarah, come another things about, I see that you are confused about kind of moving. I see the moving. I don't know if it's the moving place to place, or is it the moving to some other state? It's something that you want to change completely just because you want to refresh yourself doing something. Well, if you have anything that will changing your life from A to Z, like tomorrow, if you really feel that if you are changing that place, changing that house, changing that apartment, changing that anything that has to do with change and challenge, I wanted you to do it tomorrow, or at least thinking about it, because this is what I can see. It will open all doors to your happiness. Now, Sarah, there is two things that actually come to the right side of your pentagon. It's telling me about emotion and also feeling very down, depressed, and not happy. No desire of continuing, no desire to feel good. Now, Sarah, tell me what makes you to go there, what makes you to feel this way, and why you are so confused about your emotional feelings.
I've been going through, I've been divorced now for 3 years, and the confusion of am I where I'm at, am I at where I'm supposed to be in life? And I actually am putting my house on the market tomorrow because I struggle with the emotional attachment that the energy the house brings from my marriage. And this is where I started my marriage. We raised our kids, but then it's also the place where my marriage ended as well. And so I've had a lot of confusion with that part of making choices, and then as well as not being able to let go of the emotions of bitterness and the I don't want to use hate, but the dissatisfaction from the place of where my marriage ended, and that I can't move forward from that. I'm still in a negative, I have a lot of negative energy towards him, and it affects our day-to-day lives, and we have children involved. So
I understand.
That makes it really hard.
Sarah, I understand that. I understand you completely, baby, and I understand that it's not something, I mean, when people says, oh my God, don't worry about that, everything is going to be all right, hon. And, you should not be worried about it. You're going to forget about it. So it's just not going to happen for one night. And I have to tell you, whatsoever had happened in between you both and what he did to you that making you to feel that hateful and, down in every areas of your life right now, maybe is not really forgivable, but at the same time, what you need to do, maybe it's kind of not time for you to forgive him right now, especially when your guys have children, it doesn't matter, but you have to get over it. And sometimes we get over things with time. We can't get over just like that. We can't just, especially when you are too emotional, when you actually give away 100% of your life and your heart, when you try to do everything that goes from your power to make this man be the happiest and the healthiest and the wealthiest and the whatsoever in the earth, and instead that you get something back, you just like gain some nasty feelings and kind of like destroy your even own insecurities, or better say confident and everything. I understand you completely, Sarah. That's why my recommendation to you is stop and then thinking about that I have to forgive him, I have to move on, I have to let it go, because you can't forgive someone that you hate so much. You need time. Time will make you to feel that you can moving forward. Maybe sometimes you need about 6 months or 1 year. Maybe you need another 3 years. Maybe you need the 4 years. The only things that you should not forget is about that you are the mom, and you have to be a mom. Your role as a mom will never change, okay? Your name is mom. So as a mom, you would do everything what goes from your power to benefit your children, okay? No matter what. But you still can hate the man that you've been together. You still can hate the man that you have children with. That's perfectly fine. But when it comes to children, you have to always see what's going to be the best for them. If I'm going to cooperate with him now for just like 4 minutes of text messages, or maybe just hearing just the voice, just like exactly what he gonna says about our son or about our daughter or whatever it is, it's okay. I can do it just for my kids. So try to stay away from him, because I can see that you are guys having so much energy involved. I can see that there is so much memories involved. For you, it's not easy to say goodbye and say let it go. It's very hard. I understand you have good memories, you have bad memories, you have also memories that you don't even want to remember anymore. But now it's time for you to just let time came in the middle of you and him, and all the pain that he caused you, to let you moving forward to your own life, okay? So don't force yourself that I have to forgive him, I have to forget, I have to let it go, because when you force yourself, and when you are not happy with that force, when you are not ready with that force, instead that you feel relief, you get stress, you get an interest, you get an anxiety, and it's going to be more hate came actually to your mind and your body. So all you need to do is just stop telling yourself that you have to do it because of that. All you need to just force yourself about it is about your children, and your name is mom, and that's it. Anything that related to him, about him, kind of, creating around him, whatsoever has to do with him, just you need to let it go. Just don't think about it. Don't force yourself, and just stay calm the way that you are, Sarah. And I wanted you to sell this house. Remember when I told you, any change and challenge that I see and I feel for you, moving forward, moving from the place to other places, it's good for you, okay? Even you feel that you have a lots of, emotional attachment, but let go of those emotional attachment, because the one thing that you remember, tomorrow is a new day. Next week is going to be the new week. Next month is going to be the new month. And next year is going to be the new year. And how do you know that you're not going to be in the place that somehow you just say, thank God that you gave me these opportunities to let go of this man of my life, because now I found the real one. Now I'm the happiest mom and happiest woman in the earth, because now I know exactly who I am with today and what I can do for my life. I know that right now it's kind of impossible for you to just like even think about it, that am I going to be happy again? Am I going to trust any man again? Am I going to be, the woman that I want? Yes, my answer to you, both emotionally, psychically, and whatsoever we can name on, Sarah, is about yes, you can. Yes, you are going to see the man that you want to be with. Yes, you are going to be proud about your actually whatsoever you are choosing between. So that's why I'm telling you. All I wanted you to do, Sarah, first, don't force yourself to forgive him and move on. Just let it go. When we're talking about him and whatsoever you are guys having in between you and him, just try to feel that he never exists and he died for you and is gone, okay? The only person that you are thinking is your children, or persons is your children, and you are the mom, and that's it. You need to get rid of every single memories that you have together with your children and others. That's all I wanted you to do. Let go of your past. Let go of your feelings. Let go of things that making you to feel miserable. Not about him, about you. I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about him. Now, and every single minute that you are thinking about what he did to you, just distract yourself. If you just listening to your heart again and feel about like, oh my God, my heart bleeding when I just feel and sense exactly what he said to me, what he did to me, what I did, you can change anything. You can go back. That's why you need to moving forward just for yourself, not for him. And you do need to forgive him right now, but with time, you are going to heal and forgive. That's why my recommendation to you is you are focusing on yourself first. You are thinking about yourself first. You're very big in Sarah. You need to change and challenge yourself to the new position of life. You are going to jump from the old circle to the new circle. Then close your eyes, jump, and says, now I am jumping because I want to have a better life. I want to feel healthier. I want to actually receive respect. I don't want to be just a giver because I'm getting tired to be just a giver. I need to do everything what goes from my power to tell everybody I am worth it enough to be a woman in somebody's life that could just tell me every single morning and say I love you for who you are and I respect you for who you are, not someone that trying to, with the narcissistic and crazy personality, make me to feel down. So indeed, I wanted you to do it for tonight, and I wanted you to stay away from all the confusion that you have tonight. My advice is get rid of all your past, everything and anything. It will, like one spoon that you just remind yourself about him. Anything that reminds you about him, I wanted you to get rid of it. Okay? So don't be attached by the house. Don't feel that you have to stay. Just let it go. It's time for you to heal. And you are not going to heal if you still stay with those memories. The beauty of memories of things is about your children. That they burn there, they just like grow then and all this stuff. Other than that, I wanted you to not remind yourself about anything. That's all I wanted you to do, Sarah. Do you think that you are able to do?
Yes, it took me 3 years, but I finally made the choice to have the agent come tomorrow to list the house for sale.
Awesome. I promise you, Sarah, when you selling the house, kind of like you just signing and just say goodbye to that, I promise you, the day that you are signing, the day that you are just taking all your stuff out, you are going to feel so much relief that you can't even imagine. That's why. Don't let any type of attachment, emotional attachment, stop you to succeed. Stop you to be the one that you always wanted to be. Don't let those attachments making us or making you to feel down and worried about future. Because your future is shining together with your kids. Without him, not with him. You should be happy that you really get rid of this man from your life. I don't know how you could deal with the narcissist man. I don't even understand how you could even deal with it. But I have to say congratulations, because you did great. but it's time for you to move on because your body and your brain needs rest. And find a better way to communicate with yourself and the world. And you know you have a purpose that you came to this life. That's why choose that purpose, and stop bugging yourself. Stop having crazy attachment to something that is not really worth it anymore. Life is changing every day, every single minute and moment. You need to follow. Other than that, life will follow you. And that may not going to make you to feel good. You need to follow life, because when you follow life, you change your destiny by your own decision. But when you letting life follow you, the life will give you the most painful experience that you ever thought and imagined for. So follow life, that you at least have a choice to choose in between. You got it, baby?
Yep.
I'm proud of you because you stand for your children. I'm proud of you because even when you was depressed, you could do everything that goes from your power to bring happiness and love to your family. Even you felt that there is no way that you could even do it, but I'm very proud of you. You make it. You did that. Be proud of yourself and congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
And that one is you. You and your children. Sarah as a woman, and Sarah as a mom, and Sarah as somebody that's going to be in some other person's life that indeed needs Sarah and understands Sarah the way that she wants and value Sarah's energies, beauty, and smart, and everything and anything that belongs to Sarah. Not the one that not knowing exactly who you are. The man that you've been with, he doesn't know you at all. And I think God helped you to open your eyes and change him immediate, or better say, God or universe wanted you to just jump from the old circle to the new circle to be happiest. That's what I wanted you, Sarah, to continue your goal and your path without him, but together with your kids, and enjoy your life every single second and moment. Try to take your day, try to take your time day by day. Take yourself day by day. Don't think about what's going to happen to me and my children in about 10 years. What's going to happen to us about 5 years. Day by day. Day by day. That's all. So now I have 90 seconds, my love. So for private information, you guys can go to PersianMedium.com, A1R Network, and also AvidAdvice.com. Wish you guys the best. And remember, tomorrow is a new day. And every day, we became as a new person. You can do it. And I know Sarah can as well. Have a great one, and bye.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Sorry about that, I was busy running my mouth. Let's see here, let me get situated. Okay, all right, here we are. Hello, I hope everyone had a great week. We are officially in the month of November. We are still in a lot of Scorpio energy, which can bring about a certain intensity and moodiness to situations, especially emotional ones. I am a Scorpio, so I completely am at home in this energy, but you may find yourself and others more moody, emotional, and maybe behaving more intensely than usual. It will be a month mixed with some really wonderful energies, but those are more towards the end of the month. And those have the potentials to they have the potentials to expand love, money, self-esteem, and optimism, while some of the more uncomfortable energies that create drama and stress, those will be sprinkled throughout the month, and more so towards like now, this week or so. And then yeah, I would say this first part, like the first week, and then the rest of it is a little sprinkling throughout the month here and there. There is a caution with thinking before you speak, since people will be more sensitive. So really be mindful of what you're about to say, right? Sometimes we react emotionally and we blurt things out, and it could come across harshly, or it could come across with a tone. You know, we all love that tone. So really be mindful of that. And you could be overcoming some emotional hurts. There could be clashes with ideas, ideals, or arguments happening over different beliefs. Material gains through spiritual pursuits and support from others is also going to be coming about. So if you have a spiritual practice and you are actually doing that for a living, like myself, you can see some material abundance coming your way because of that. And since we are still in Mercury retrograde, which is also in Scorpio, yay, you could experience or see issues with your cell phones, computers, the internet, transportation, and maybe some accidents. So really pay attention to what you're doing. Be mindful. Try to be present in the moment. We will also begin to feel the eclipse energy that's happening on December 26th. So you could start to see a cycle of completion with things that began in 2018 happening between now and the middle of 2020. So again, it's stuff that seeds that you might have planted in 2018. Maybe you start seeing those come to fruition, or they have basically run their course, so they're ending. Same thing with any kind of dramas or challenges that you've been in since 2018. You'll start to feel that energy lift and it coming to a close. And it's, like I said, it could last until the middle of 2020. Lots of intense energies. Surf those waves the best that you can. My advice is go with the flow, stay present in the moment, and tackle issues as they arise, right? There's no point in worrying about things before they happen. Let's get into what you can expect from tonight, November 7th, through to November 14th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes for the week: love, the glue that holds everything together. It's the most powerful energy that exists, and it will be transforming you, your life, the people around you, and everything that it touches. The energy will be strong. Expect everything that isn't of the highest vibration of love to be purged from your soul, your life, your existence, right? It could be emotional purging. It could be jobs. It could be homes, relationships, everything and anything that is standing in your way to embody love and to be able to receive love. It could be intense for some, especially if you don't like change. If you have a difficult time with change, you probably will be feeling uncomfortable this week, and it could maybe lead into the week after, but I'm not 100% positive about that just yet. So look, this is happening so that you can receive love at this current frequency, right? The energies keep intensifying, and they're going to continue to be of higher vibrations. And that's when we go through a layer of purging, then everything kind of settles down, you integrate it. And then right when you get comfortable again and everything seems to be working out, here comes another wave of energies that come in and kind of knock you off kilter a little bit. But the beautiful thing is you should start to see that as you're working through stuff, now you're not going through the purging process anymore. Now it's coming in a different way, right? The power of love will only intensify as it does. More and more love light is forcing the darkness out of the shadows to be healed and transformed. But as you're allowing that to happen, there's going to be less and less that needs to be healed and needs to be transformed. So then this energy is when you really start feeling blissed out and you're feeling content and you're feeling peaceful. So hang in there. We're kind of like an onion, you know, you go to the Outback Steakhouse and you get a bloomin' onion and it opens up like this in different layers. Well, that's what we're doing. We're working from the outside layers to the core. So it's a process. It's cyclical. It's spiral in nature. So you're going to have to come up against a couple of things here and there multiple times as you're working through of these things and letting them go. So allow yourself to be healed. Receive the love and stand strong. Don't let dramas in your life and the world impact your focus, your strength, and the truth of who you are and what you want to accomplish. And this will be a time to silently watch as new doorways begin to open while other ones close. And you'll know when to take action. For now, it's time to just kind of let go of things or transform them, right? Like if some things maybe don't need to be let go of, but they just need to be approached in a new way, or you need to look at it from a new perception with a new set of eyes. So work on that. Purge yourself the way you would clean out a closet or a cupboard full of old clothes that don't fit anymore and food that's expired. So look at your beliefs, look at your emotional reactions and triggers, look at who you surround yourself with, look at what you attract into your life, and start getting rid of the people, things, and situations that are holding you back and holding you down. And look at where you're holding yourself back and down because of self-limiting beliefs. A change is needed, and it's coming whether you want it or not. And this week is straight up about transformation and change. Destruction followed by renewal, and it comes from the energy of love that is cleansing all that is not helping you get closer to the truth of who you are. It's nothing to fear, and in fact, the more you embrace and receive this divine love, the sooner you'll be seeing those doorways open for you more frequently, and it just becomes easier. I know it sounds weird, and how is that possible? But it is. It really is. So don't look at those things, those challenges, and what feels like destruction happening as a negative. It really is a positive. Embrace it. It'll make it so much easier. Those of you who have been feeling stuck and like nothing is moving forward in your life, this energy is going to show you where you've not realized you've been keeping yourself stuck because you've been too afraid to just make a decision, any decision, to get you moving forward again, which would require you to make a decision and take some action steps so that those blocks can be released. You are the block. You are blocking yourself. You are holding yourself back. You are the block, right? So you hold the keys to your freedom, always have, and you always will. Lastly, control issues will also be coming up. You'll need to look at them, and you need to deal with them in whatever way necessary to help you relinquish control and realize the only thing you can control is yourself through your choices. You choose what you feel, you choose who you date, you choose who you socialize with, you choose what you eat, you choose what to buy, what to wear, when to sleep, when to talk, what to drive, when to walk, when to run, when to cuss, when to go to the bathroom, when to have babies or not. You choose to use protection or not. You see how many choices that you make? And those are just a handful. You're literally making thousands of choices in a matter of a day. And you make so many of them, yet some of you believe life is happening to you and or that you can control other people's choices, right? So that's a false illusion. You can only control yourself. in summary, it may be an intense week for some. And those of you who have done lots of purging and you've been doing the work on yourself and you've been getting real about your baggage and your hangups, well, it's going to be a little less intense for you. This is where you could see love coming into your life in a more positive and abundant way versus a clarifying and purging way. Work, for those of you employed, unfortunately, I do feel like some people may be laid off or terminated this week. A few of you may actually decide to quit. And those of you that are unhappy may start figuring out a plan of action to make a career change, or maybe an employer change, or maybe you decide that you are going to work for yourself. And those of you who have been feeling trapped at your job, you finally put two and two together and have the realization that you're afraid to leave because of whatever security you feel there, but you can choose to move on. And if you did, you'll probably be happier. You know, my advice would be just don't quit before finding another job. Take your time to find the perfect fit that is going to bring you more happiness, that's going to be more connected to something that you feel passionate about, and that will bring more money into your life. You know, take your time to find that perfect fit, but at minimum try. There's, you know, what's the harm in applying at different places while you still have a job? And I do feel like you will be pleasantly surprised. Those of you that are looking for a job, I'm not really feeling too much for those of you looking. We are coming up on the holiday season, so there may be more temporary jobs that are available that I feel like you can get involved in and do while you continue the job search, right? And don't shy away from Uber, Lyft, Wag, DoorDash, Amazon deliveries, Poshmark, Etsy, and other quick start and quick paying jobs to just supplement your income until something better comes along. And, you know, those are gigs where you would basically make your own schedule. So you could always keep them even if you have a full-time job or another part-time job. My perspective is some money coming in is better than no money coming in at all. So, you know, consider those alternatives to help you temporarily. Love, those of you that are in committed relationships and dating seriously, it could be a rocky time in relationships, especially if you've been unhappy and you're holding on to one out of fear of losing some form of security, whether it be financial security or a fear of being alone. If you don't choose to make a change, it will stay the same, and you could live another 50 plus years, right? Depending on your age. And with technology, you know, we might be living well into our hundreds, and you're going to wake up every day being unhappy. I don't know. Take a look at that. Think about that. Some of you may get up the courage this week to let go, or you'll be forced to let go because of outside forces. So there could be something that pops up in relationships that basically forces the break for you. Some of you may make some choices to stay and try to keep that magic alive, or at minimum, you're talking about how unhappy you are in the relationship so that change can actually happen, right? If you're not facing it, if you're not talking about it, nothing is going to change. And those of you that are in happy relationships, I'm not really feeling too much drama for you guys at all. It just feels like it's going to be, you know, the usual, whatever your usual pattern is in your relationship. Those of you that are single and dating, I do feel some of you may need to take a time out from dating and reevaluate what type of people you're attracting into your life, and to take a look at the energy that you're actually putting out there. Is it one of neediness, desperation, insecurity, fear, or lust? If it is, you could be attracting the wrong type of people or pushing people away. So really take a look at that. Finances, some may be dealing with financial challenges and maybe making sacrifices this week. face the situation, ask for help if you need it, and work through the problems one day at a time. Even those of you who may not be having current financial challenges, I do feel like you could see some financial things pop up, like maybe you need a new water heater, or you need to get a new set of tires, or some other kind of unexpected bigger ticket item that you were, it's not something you purchase frequently. It's not something that's part of your budget. It's one of those things that just kind of happens and it puts a little dent into your cash flow. And I also feel like someone may lose their wallet. So pay attention to your wallets this week. Health, stress in all caps this week, manage it, or you could see some physical symptoms in your body. I also feel a few of you just need a hug and some physical contact. If you don't have someone you can hug, go to the animal shelter and volunteer and love on some animals. And also, I'm getting for those of you who are dealing with a chronic health issue, don't let it define you. Stop reinforcing that you're sick, right? Stop saying, I'm sick, I've got this, I've got that, I've got this. You're just reinforcing that, and you can kind of feel better if you're not stuck in your head about it. And focusing your energy on healing. Spirituality, change and more change. And some could be dealing with really critical, nitpicky, fault-finding people. Set boundaries. And if it's you who is acting this way, get over yourself. It's not attractive. And last thing coming to mind here is if you don't like something, change it and cultivate a positive attitude as well. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages for everyone. Let me get to tonight's caller. I have Fiona in Kilmore, Victoria, Australia. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks, Rebecca. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How can I help you tonight?
Just any messages you've got for me would be really appreciated.
Okay, let's see. I feel like you've got a lot going on right now.
I do.
Yeah, I feel like there's sort of different pockets of maybe people in your life and situations where it feels like a little bit of drama, right? It kind of feels like there's some challenges here and that there's lots of changes happening with certain people in your life. And I feel like the message that I'm getting is that you're holding on too tightly and you may be fantasizing, or maybe fantasizing isn't even the right word. Maybe it's, how we have that, we build ourselves up and we have so much hope that things will change, or, we just expect things to maybe be a little bit different. And I feel like you might be too immersed in that energy and you might need to consider really letting go a little bit.
Okay, because I've been in a 22-year relationship and I'm just deciding if I want to leave it or not.
Okay.
But I don't know how that will affect my kids.
Okay, so I'm not surprised you say that, because I actually felt like your relationship just ended, or is on the verge of ending.
He won't leave.
So look here. Okay, so it's two things that I'm feeling here.
Yeah.
I know that you have obviously a lot of history and a lot of love there, but I feel like in order to survive this relationship, there's a lot of damage control that needs to happen and a lot of communication. And there's a part of me that feels like you guys may be past that. It just almost feels like it might be a little bit too late, right? It's almost like you've already resolved everything within inside of yourself and you're kind of just like, I don't really want to stay anymore. Like I'm done. But it's the fear.
Yeah, that's how I feel, yes.
Yeah.
He doesn't want it to end and he's doing everything he can to stay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's such a tough situation. Look, the children, I feel are they're resilient, and I feel like they feel what is happening. Are they middle aged? They don't feel really, really young. They kind of feel like maybe somewhere between 10 and 15, somewhere like that.
I have a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 22-year-old.
Oh my Lord. Okay, so your 5 and 6-year-old feel pretty mature for their ages.
Yeah, they are.
They're really, really sharp, and they're really wise, actually, for how young they are.
Like they've been here before.
I'm sorry, what?
It's like they've been here before. They know exactly what's going on.
They actually feel so much more mature than your 22-year-old.
That's funny.
They really are. I feel like they're great. I feel like all your kids are really great. And I do. Yeah, they are. I do. They're going to be fine. And I feel like all 3 of them see the problems, right? They see how disconnected you are in the relationship, and they feel it. And I feel like there's been a lot of arguing going on. I just feel like there's just feels like a lot of tension, and I feel like your nerves are frayed, like
not so much arguing, but the tension. There's been a lot of tension.
Yeah, well, because I think you've moved past, like, on some level, like, I think the arguing has already happened, and you're just at the point where it's like, don't even look at me, don't talk to me, let me just go over here and do the dishes. Like, you're just kind of, like, politely avoiding each other, but it's really uncomfortable.
Yeah. That's exactly how it is.
I feel like you have nothing to lose by walking away. I know maybe financially you're concerned about things. I do feel like you will be okay. And I do feel you can get to a point where you can co-parent. And I think both of you want to split up. Honestly, I feel like both of you do.
Yeah, I do. He tells me he doesn't, and he won't move out. I'm actually not working at the moment. My youngest is starting school next year, and my the 6-year-old is in prep. So I'm not working. So that is one of my big concerns. How do I financially do it?
Right. So you definitely, I feel, would need to get a job before you leave. So this is something, look, it's hard. I just feel like you're completely done with the relationship. And even though he said, like, I know, like, there's a part of him that doesn't want to split up, but I feel like the other part of him, he's just tired of the uncomfortable awkwardness and not, you're just not, you're roommates. But you've even gotten to the point
we
where
don't even share a room.
Right, like you're just like strangers living under the same roof that happen to have children together. So
yep.
I feel like, look, he's not a horrible guy. I feel like he's willing to work with you.
No, he's not, and he's a great dad.
Yeah, and he will co-parent, and I feel like he would give you the opportunity to stay under the same roof, find yourself a job, or figure out something that you could do on your own to make money. I feel like he's even willing to kind of do a trial separation to see, if you really do want to break up permanently.
He has got a place to stay, and he stayed there 2 nights, and he just refuses to go. He just wants to stay here.
So he tried, and it's not working for him.
For
For one night he tried.
Yeah, you know what? He's got a lot of fear too. I think he's afraid of being alone. And of course he loves you and you have the kids, and I think he's worried about that. Look, I mean, if you want, you can email me at askrebeccatoday@gmail, and I'll give you a relationship book. It might have some pointers in there where you can get on the same page a little bit while you temporarily work through this.
I keep saying to him, I'm happy to co-parent together because I believe kids need both parents in their life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are about to get cut off. Fiona, email me and I'll give you a book. I think you're going to be all right either way with whatever decision. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I will see you next week. Bye.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the Air, Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on Insights into Consciousness. I'm your host tonight here on A1R Radio. I am doing readings tonight, just all readings, and I want to focus on intuition. And if you have had any spiritual experiences, first off, I just wanted to say that the number one question I get from people from a religious background, especially of the Christian faith, anybody who has read the Bible, follows the Bible, I got it again tonight when I was doing a reading, and that is, if the Bible says X, Y, Z, how is it that you justify still using Christ consciousness and being Christian and doing readings as a psychic medium? And the answer is very, very clear every single time. The answer is always that we all must use our discernment. We are all born with an innate, inherent discernment, which will tell us specifically what is good and what is bad. It is our job and our responsibility to be able to weed out good and bad people, whether it be at a church, and trust me, there are always good and evil people running and attending any religious place. Don't let anybody fool you. The most, how can I say this? The people who harm the most and the people who do the most damage are the ones that are usually the most manipulative, and they take advantage of people. They appear nice. They're not your ugly pirate in the corner, okay? They are outwardly usually very manipulative, very graceful, charming. They look clean. They look amazing. They usually are very attractive. And by the way, that is another way that they gain manipulation, is through their appearance, sexuality, and basically getting people's attention, either being attractive to them personally or sexually. That is a very big manipulating tool that these personality disordered people, or people who don't have your best interest at heart. So again, I go over it and I just go over it and go over it, that it's important to learn how to use our own innate, inherent, built-in compass. And that is building our own spirituality, and that is our responsibility. We can't leave it up to, like, let's say a pastor of your church every time you have communication with someone. If you go on the train, or you're out on the street, or you're at work, or you meet somebody new at a party or someone's house, can you call up your pastor throughout your life every single time you meet somebody and say, listen, I really need you to tell me if this person's okay or not? No, we don't do that. That's not realistic. So what we do is we use our own compass. We have to practice it. We have to all keep fine-tuning our compass. So I'm going to take a call now. Bridget in Tulsa, Oklahoma. She would like a reading tonight, so I'm going to do that now. Hi, Bridget. How are you tonight?
Hi, I'm wonderful. I got through. I've been trying for a while. Thank you so much.
Oh, Yay, you got through. I'm happy to talk to you tonight. So what would you like to focus on?
I'd like a medium reading if you can. Do you do those?
Yeah, I do. I can see what I get.
Okay. That and maybe guidance or...
Guidance, okay. Now, first of all, I'm getting a female. I'm kind of getting mom or grandma. First off, and I'm not sure if that is. I think she seems more like a grandma presence, and she's really sweet. She's got glasses on. I mean, most of them do, but she is. See, if she feels to me more like a. I would say, first of all, let me get your feedback. Is this ringing a bell?
Yeah, I have a couple of grandmas. I was pretty young when they passed.
Okay, and so
my mom's still living, so it's got to be my grandma.
It has to be your grandma. So sometimes when we go in for a medium reading, the person who you were hoping to hear from doesn't always come through. If you would like me to focus on a specific person, you can, but the people who have the strongest presence and usually the strongest spiritual strength will kind of pop in real quick because they like to make contact. So I'm getting grandma, and she's just basically, the reason why they do that is because they want you to know they're still with you, that they do watch you, that they do have concerns for you, that they are there to guide you. And it's good for us to know that. We forget about them. We go through our lives and we just don't think about them. So if you would like for me to focus on somebody specific, I can do that. I'm guessing that this was somebody who passed.
Can you? Do you need the name or?
If I don't do as well with names for some reason, that's never been my strong point. But I basically will tell you who, and I mean,